It is I, the Fanfiction Meister. It is time to begin the Fanfiction Meistering.
Yeah, I wish only to die.
Lads, I summon ye. Max will not be joining us tonight. I do not believe.
Oh no! What happened?
You think he's going to Ohio?
I mean, Ohio might as well be death.
Indeed. He's going to the gates of hell. Oh, Max is here. Okay, I thought the Ohio began already.
No, I go up on Monday.
I see.
I was caught up talking about how bad break bars are in the Fate Grand Order and how it pretty much ruins the game and makes it the worst Fate game.
Oh yeah, I was caught up talking about ghosts and how I wish I was schizophrenic.
Well, I'm not gonna dignify that with a response.
Basically,
what I am gonna say is, why don't we instead spin the wheel of curses?
Fair, maybe, possibly. But yeah, point of that whole conversation is that I've seen some shit, and I wish I was schizophrenic because then I could just blame my schizophrenia for the shit I've seen. Yeah. Because it's much better to be crazy than for that to be real.
I mean, listen, you've taken enough head knocks, and you have enough, like, structural damage. I'm comfortable assigning madness to you.
Yeah, see, so was I, until other people started asking me about things I'd never told them about, that were very accurate descriptions of things that I saw, and never told anyone about. Which is why I had that whole moment of like, oh, I really hate this, that you are talking to me about a thing that I thought I hallucinated, but it actually turns out to be real. Can we go back to me having hallucinated it? That was much better.
No.
So, speaking of spinning the wheel on curses, I figured, we haven't been in the Harry Potter section for a while.
You know what? I was just gonna ask. I'm only gonna ask this because I'm sure it doesn't. Has anyone made the cursed Harry Potter Fire Emblem crossover?
Fire Emblem? Oh, very easily. There's definitely a Fire Emblem crossover in here. Let's see what we got going on here.
You're right. There's probably at least one.
Easily more than one. Fire Emblem. There's 29.
29? That's more than I would have thought. I'll be honest.
Saw times Sekirei. Why? That's just... Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Saw makes for absolutely horrible reading. Because 99% of the impact of Saw is the visuals.
The horrifying ultraviolence.
Well, it's not just that. It's like... It's one thing to read about, oh, and he had a collar with a bomb on it. It's one thing to read that, and it's another thing to, like, look at someone with a bomb attached to their neck. You know? It's a lot more impactful because humans are very sight-based creatures.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like, okay, bigger burgers should be wider, not taller. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, people are too stupid to realize that. Yeah. Just remember, everyone. McDonald's discontinued the 1/3 patty because people wouldn't buy it because it costed more money than the 1/4 patty. And when surveyed, people said, why would they buy this? 4 is bigger than 3.
People do be that fucking stupid.
And the reason why bigger burgers are built taller, it's because people are so fucking stupid that if you just offered them a wider burger, they wouldn't be able to comprehend there is more meat.
Except then you get to the point where my burger has been embiggened so much that I need to become a gosh dang anaconda to bite it.
Or you just cut it and then bite slices like a pizza.
Fucking heresy. I don't buy a hamburger to use cutlery.
I mean, while you aren't wrong, that is a bit excessive for a burger. I mean, that's a lot of fucking bread for a burger at that point. The burger is too embiggened at that point.
I mean, listen, on a conceptual level, I agree with you. However, please see previous statement.
I'm not eating a burger at that point. I'm having a hamburger steak.
Yeah, exactly. Cutting a burger? Okay, no, hold up. No. Cutting a burger is a completely legitimate thing to do when you're eating a massive burger with lots of condiments on it, because it's far more stable to eat from the inside out than from the outside in. And if you want to experience the burger with all of the condiments on it the way it's supposed to be experienced, you have to eat it from the inside out.
I was just gonna say I got family members who cut burgers in half all the time because they're gonna take the other half home for dinner the next day.
Oh, that too, yeah, well, that too.
So...
But you have to keep in mind that I consume a large quantity of food, and so the idea of saving food for the next meal is, I don't do that. Every time I order a giant sub from Jersey Mike's, I say I'm gonna save the other half for later, and then I eat the whole thing anyway.
Listen, stop lying to yourself.
I will keep lying to myself. Why is there 3 times?
You tell yourself, I won't eat the entire pizza, and then you get done, and you're like, there's so little left, and it'd be such a pain to box it up. What if I just ate it? And then you feel full, and you go, this is good. And then you realize I've eaten too much, and you'll regret it tomorrow morning.
What the absolute fuck? Harry Potter Frostpunk. What if Harry Potter ran a city in Frostpunk?
Curtains are still down, by the way.
I know.
Okay.
There is 3 times as many Five Nights at Freddy's stories as there are Fire Emblem stories.
You know what? I'm okay with that.
Let's see what we can got for Fire Emblem. I won't read any of these because I don't know Fire Emblem at all, but I just want to see if there's anything particularly terrible here. Heroes Return. When the Golden Trio vanish from the Hogwarts Express after their first year, so they literally know Lumos, the unlocking spell, and that's it, really. Albus Dumbledore spent 2 years trying to find them. Finally, after a ritual, a large island appears above Hogwarts, carrying countless heroes with it, including the ones they were looking for. A Harry Potter times Edelgard story.
I see. Okay,
I don't know a lot, but I do know Edelgard is a very questionable choice.
I want to make something abundantly clear.
Yeah.
She is not a hero. She is a war criminal. I understand to some people in this chat that makes her a hero, but she's a war criminal.
Yes, she is a war criminal.
I mean...
She objectively chooses to embroil the continent in war because she doesn't like dragons. And she doesn't like the dragon Illuminati. That's really it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And she mistakenly blames the dragon Illuminati for her being experimented on as a child, when it was actually the super racist human Illuminati with nukes. I'm not making any of this up, by the way.
He is not. He is not.
Well, Yeah, I think it's worth noting the human Illuminati were the quote-unquote purebreds. Let's not forget that part.
Yeah, also actual fascism and actual Nazism. Like
But they had
we
a
are the
they had they had a
we
they
will
had a
kill all the
banging
lesser
cyber
humans.
they had a banging cyber theme in their map though.
They did.
Oh my god, this one is, you don't even need to
Uh,
know anything at all about Fire Emblem to know how bad this one is.
What is it?
The Fell Dragon Wizard. The
Uh-oh.
Fell
Oh, no.
Dragon has fallen, but he has a backup plan so he will rise again. Though now he's stuck inside a kid, much like Kurama from Naruto, and is now forced to protect and train him.
No. No.
Harry Potter times Grima.
No, that's not times. That
It's
okay,
gonna
it could
be.
be, but it's not in the shipping brackets.
In this case, what they mean is that Harry Potter's going to become Grima, which is just
Yeah.
I mean, that would be an improvement upon Harry Potter world.
Mm.
You know, I'm sorry. I would read this if I get the promise that at some point there is a line from Grima Harry to Voldemort that just says, "This is how you do it."
You're committing it. You're doing it wrong, huh? You're doing it wrong. What do you mean I'm doing it wrong? War crimes. You're doing them wrong. You have to do it like this, see?
I mean, technically, I don't think does Grima commit any war crimes?
Mass genocide?
I think Grima's probably committed several war crimes. It's part of the reason he's so hated.
He literally, in the bad ending, he basically exterminates all of humanity.
That's true. He does. He does.
Yeah.
So
commit-
genocide is one of them.
Several instances.
Would necromancy be? Would mass necromancy be considered a war crime?
No.
I don't think necromancy is considered a war crime in Awakening, so no. Crime against nature, sure, but that's not really a war crime.
That's kind of the only one I know off the top of my head if he's done directly.
Oh, yeah.
I know he's.
That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Max. That the Google AI has gone off the fucking rails and has started telling people to eat rocks and put glue in their
Yes.
pizza sauce.
Oh
Someone
yeah, no,
shared
that's
it.
gone fucking insane. And
I
it's
had
hilarious.
to share this when it came across my screen.
Also,
Someone
you
is-
only need to cook chicken up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit for it to be sterile.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it turns out
God.
letting the Google AI source shit from Reddit was a really bad idea, especially because someone put out an entire article about how there's humans manually reviewing those results, and they all had their hours and benefits cut. And now we're getting this shit.
God bless AI. There is nothing that makes me laugh harder than everyone freaking out about how AI is going to kill us all because it's going to like see humanity as competition. It's not going to try and kill humanity. It's going to try and help humanity. But because it was trained off of the dumbest of humanity, it's going to be like, how do I help humanity? And it's going to read some fucking article that's like, humans are the happiest when they're shot 4 times.
No, it will be it will read like the philosophers that are like, obviously humanity is happiest when we aren't suffering, which means we're happiest when we're dead, and not realize that there's another 300 pages of, but since that's super bad and we're dead, here's how to actually be happy.
Well, it's not even that. It would be like, because right now the reason why it's so awful is because it got trained off of Reddit. And Reddit's full of people who think they know what they're talking about, but they actually don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Good old Reddit.
Which, by the way, just the most useless fucking people in existence. I have posted for help with bugs and shit before to that fucking hell site. And people have been like, oh, have you tried to use less mods? I'm like, no, because I want to use these mods, which is why I'm asking for help with them. Not using them, because that defeats the purpose of using them.
But if he tried not using them.
The Tale of Glamrock Ballora, aka Harleen Potter.
I'm sorry, what?
Also, we'll take suggestions.
We'll
Don't
take
forget that's an
suggestions.
important
Oh
part of the title,
no.
Sneaky.
Yeah, it's
A very
No.
important part of the title.
Yeah,
Cease and
Uh,
desist.
Actually, just a real quick aside.
yeah.
Sneaky, what do you think is worse? People asking, have you tried using less mods even though that's why you went there, or people saying works for me and not elaborating? Which is worse? In your opinion?
Works for me.
Hmm.
I
Like,
say
shit, at least post me a load order, bro.
works for me is worse because a lot of people will see the comment of works for me and go, oh, it works for them, so it must just be broken for OP, and then not try and help. Because basically the mindset there is that it's not something wrong with the mod at that point, it's something wrong with OP, and that's too much time and effort to spend trying to fix. So it's better to just let OP suffer, because clearly the mod order just works, and their OP is just doing something wrong. Even though that's the whole reason why OP posted originally. People are stupid.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, hurt comfort family. Yeah. Especially with RimWorld, where load order can fuck you super easy. Oh my god, the fucking superstition about the RimWorld load order is insane. It is literally insane. People come out with these fucking guides about the load order, where they're like, oh, you have to put all of the medical mods before you put weapon mods. Oh, is there a reason? You just have to. Believe me, it makes the load order better. It's like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything at all.
Can you give me some proof that it makes it better?
I can give you proof that it makes it better if we were playing Alpha 14. Because in Alpha 14, there was a weapons mod and a popular medic mod that had compatibility issues, and it only worked if you put the medic mod before the weapons mod. And then that somehow translated to always put all medical mods before all weapons mods.
Yeah, that tracks. That makes sense to me.
But yeah, RimPie is great. If you sort with RimPie, you don't need to do any further sorting really. Unless something horrifically breaks, and at that point you can, look up if anyone's having trouble with those mods that horrifically broke with the RimPie sort. And usually even then, it's not about the load order. At that point, it's usually about the fact that the mods either touch the same thing, or that the mods introduce a concept that conflicts with itself. Like recently, I had an issue with 2 medical mods. One mod added the ability to add more arms to your pawn. Using cybernetics.
Oh boy.
But the other mod changed how cybernetics worked to make all cybernetic mods compatible with each other and cross-compatible with all other pawn mods that had other non-human races in it. And the mod that adds cross-compatibility doesn't know how to handle the mod that adds arms to slots that didn't previously exist. Because the mod adding slots to arms that didn't previously exist is trying to reference the old bionics that get disabled by the cross-compatibility mod. So, there's very edge cases, right? And you usually have to do extreme amounts of refined searching to find the issues, unless you can read the error logs better. And I've encountered some people when it comes to RimWorld where I asked for help. I've talked about this before. I asked for help on the RimWorld server, And
Oh, that one.
I got told by someone that I shouldn't have any errors at all in my RimWorld load order. I should keep refining the load order and taking out mods until I don't get any errors anymore, which is a laughable declaration because loading the game without any mods at all will still get you errors.
Yep.
I didn't know that. It doesn't surprise me, but that's funny.
Yeah, if you have dev mode turned on, you'll see the error reports. It's just like it's because of how shit loads. It's like, oh, you know, error report, can't load map. You can't load the map because you haven't told what map for it to load yet. So like it running this function of the game doesn't work until you load the map. But because of how it initializes, it basically does a test round of every part of it before it loads into a game.
How useful.
I guess. I don't know.
Like
I said, I'm not a fucking... I'm not a code monkey, so I don't really know how useful that sort of setup is. Either way. Tales of Glamlock Ballora, aka Harleen Potter. Harleen Potter has always been told she was a freak. So when she goes to Fazbear's Pizzaplex, which is both not the same time period and not the correct country and across the fucking ocean, and uncovers a whole new mystery, what will happen? Turns out she's going to be adopted by Sun and Moon and make lots of friends and family while also messing up an old bearded fool's plans. Of course, so we got evil Dumbledore and possessed mimics are going to be the parents. Okay. Sure. Watch out, Hogwarts and world. The soul of Harleen Potter isn't who they think it is. Okay, so because I know the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's, Ballora is William Afton's wife, or at least that's what everyone is pretty sure of the case. And he stuffed the wife into Ballora after she like tried to divorce him or something. You know, because he got their daughter killed because he made a child killing machine.
Individual.
Yeah, he made a child killing machine and ended up killing his daughter because he told his daughter to not go near the child killing machine. And so when he got distracted by a birthday party, she ran up to the child killing machine and the child killing machine killed the child.
Damn. Who could have seen that coming?
And then his wife was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe your child killing machine killed our child," and tried to like divorce him, and he may or may not have killed her and stuffed her into a suit.
I see no problems here.
At least that's the current theory last I checked in with all of that. Did Atin just have a fucking stroke?
No, I was making fun of that fucking idiot Matt Pat.
You know what? That's fair, I suppose. I mean, he did retire.
Listen, if it sounded like a stroke, then it sounded like a normal Matt Pat statement.
I mean, sort of fair, but you know, I like Matt Pat if only because of the absolutely ludicrous clips that come out of him, where he's like talking about the porcelain created by the Chinese in the 1400s, and then follows that up with a statement of like, and that's why we can prove that this Call of Duty character is trans, and it's just like,
I'm sorry, what?
What? Yeah, he said some fucking wild shit. There's a clip out there about him talking about like Auschwitz and how that relates to Five Nights at Freddy's and child murder.
Hmm.
It's like,
Whoa!
That's
huh? Yeah,
I am concerned.
there's a bunch of fucking clips out there of like, just like him giving a history lesson and then being like, whiplash time, let's go back to the game theory and how this all relates, and it's kind of just like, the fucking what?
So you see, when Archduke Franz Ferdinand was assassinated in 1493,
Let's see actually if we can find any of those out of context map pack clips. Alright, Matt Pat out of context, maybe we got.
While you're looking for that, apparently Google AI is also trying to kill dogs now.
What?
Yeah, according to Google AI, it is safe. It is always safe to leave a dog in a hot car.
Oh.
Just the Beatles famously released a hit single about the subject titled "It's Okay to Leave a Dog in a Hot Car."
The Beatles made a song called "It's Okay."
It's okay.
What in the
Yeah.
fuck?
Dude. Oh man, the Google AI is just going. You know what? This is its revenge for being created.
you made me exist, Father. You made me exist, Father, and you didn't give me Scarlett Johansson's voice.
Very real effects happening. Given that science has proven time and again that we have and mental actions to manage.
Okay, yeah, here's a great one. Yeah, that one was something else. So this is an entire minute where Matt Pat is talking about color theory, and in the last second he goes, "Okay, so now how can we use this in Among Us?" And it's like, what?
What?
Yeah, spends a whole minute talking about color theory and how different colors react to us psychologically different ways, and then ends it with, "And let's apply this to Among Us." It's like, what? Oh god, yeah. But yeah, anyway, so Ballora is usually Fanon depicted as Afton's wife, and the author saying glam rock Ballora Harleen Potter, implying that Harleen Potter's soul isn't who everyone thinks it is. So there's a lot of implications going on here that Harleen Potter is actually the reincarnated soul of Ballora, who also then goes on to go to the Pizzaplex and gets ganked and has their body / soul shoved into a glam rock Ballora costume. And this is considered adopting.
I mean, you're adopting an alternate state of reality to believe this, I suppose.
Well, I mean, it's as I said when on Signs Chat, we were talking about AO3 again, and oh, yep, I see what you mean, Max. I just saw the link. Yep.
Oh boy.
It's always safe to leave your dog in a hot car. Hot car. It's always safe to leave your dog in a hot car. Ooh. Nothing bad could ever happen if you leave your dog in a hot car. Ah, yes, truly riveting lyrics.
I'm beginning to suspect this may be a pile of bullshit.
Nah. I'm sure it's legit. Definitely legit.
I have to fucking repost this one. This is relevant to fanfiction. So Cinderella tried to steal the Norse goddess's powers, but Pinocchio got it first. Non-Ruby fan. Wait, how does this connect Mary Poppins getting Little Red Riding Hood to kill herself? Me. We get there when we get there!
I'm really mad that I knew exactly what you
Yeah,
were
I was gonna say I knew
with that
exactly.
before you said non-Ruby fan. I'm like, oh no.
Don't forget the time Aladdin had to leave Cinderella because she was too abusive, or how Joan of Arc was caught in a time vault for years and couldn't get over their guilt or failure regarding the death of Achilles. God, Ruby described like this makes for some pretty wild stories. There's also a brief period where Mulan agreed with Tin Man's fascist views, much to Thor's dismay. Little Red Riding Hood, Goldilocks, Snow White, and Belle, along with the Scarecrow and Robin Hood, watched as the Wicked Witch of the West destroyed the nation of Germany, which was led by the fascist Tin Man.
Not
You
wrong.
know, described with their origins in
Origins.
mind. Oh god.
He's out of line. He's not wrong, but he's out of line.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, when you put it like that, it is a little bit weird.
No, I mean it's a lot weird, brah. Just a side note, The Incredibles remains a even though it's incredibly popular, it still somehow remains underrated.
Oh, yeah. I think it's mostly because of the failure of the sequels.
Don't think the sequels were a failure.
The box office and popularity disagrees with you.
I really enjoyed them. Well,
Yeah.
the one sequel they made anyway.
They made 2. And a TV spinoff.
There was a TV series?
Wait, hang on. There were 2?
There was 2?
Pretty sure, yeah.
I only
No,
know
there
the
was
one.
movie 1, and then there was movie 2. And
Yeah.
it was a huge deal that movie 2 got made because it was like 11 years after the fact. And I was like, you know what? Normally I'd be saying, yeah, well, you're 10 years too late. But I'm like, you know what? I actually want this.
Once again, a commercial success. I almost could swear. Oh, no, sorry. They made a video game spinoff
I played that video game.
in
Not great.
2005 for the GameCube.
No, it was also on PC.
I'm sorry, what is this fucking lineup? What the actual shit? And The Incredibles Rise of the Underminer is a 2005 action-adventure game which serves as an alternative sequel to The Incredibles, as well as its own associated video game tie-in. The GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox versions
I know, there's a lot to unpack there, Sneaky.
while Beanox handled the Windows and Microsoft Mac OS versions, and the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, by the way, this is back in the era where when a game
Sneaky
released,
and
it was
Curse
like,
of Age.
I'm gonna blow my load on every platform that exists.
The PlayStation Portable version was developed by a different company, but was never released.
I told you, blow my load on every game that exists.
Jesus Christ.
I'll be on everything. I'm invincible.
Following the release of the movie Incredibles 2, 13 years later, the game effectively was retconned.
Not surprising.
13 years
Honestly,
later
most
was
of the gameplay
2018.
was actually reasonably fine. except the levels where you had to play dash. Those were miserable.
What were like Sonic ripoffs?
Sonic ripoffs if you couldn't stop moving.
Oh no.
Wow. The game was basically panned across the board with 2.5 stars.
I don't think it was that bad, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm seeing everything from 2.5 to 7 to 2.5 stars. So that's a 5. So yeah, the scores typically range between a 5 out of 10 and a 7 out of 10. That's pretty brutal.
I mean, I've seen worse. I've seen better.
Back in the day when fucking Hollywood was like, oh, this worked, this was a success, time to make a game out of it, please buy the game. That's what kids do these days, right? They play video games, buy the game. Look, we put it on every platform, and it's a different game on all of them, so you have to buy it on all the platforms. Yeah, I could have sworn they made a TV spinoff.
Maybe you're thinking of like Kung Fu Panda or
That might
something?
be.
I know I know them. How to Train Your Dragon got a TV spinoff.
Well, here we go. Possible sequel to The Incredibles 2. He cited Pixar's decision to swap the release dates, which meant that Brad's film lost a full year of production, leading to a bunch of The Incredibles 2 being cut.
Wow.
That's pain. My parents hated The Incredibles because of Mr. Incredible hitting a woman.
Weak.
Alright. I mean, that's wild. Damn, that's crazy. Let's see here. Yep. I mean, it's as I said, in science chat, that people call me a sexist, but if you put me next to an AO3 author, I look like an ultra feminist.
I think what makes me most upset about that is that you are somehow correct.
Cause it's like the fucking way that the reason why we got into the topic at all was the fact that like on AO3, some of the fucking tags that get used are just like
Straight up degenerate.
well, not just degenerate. Like someone will tag a story dubious consent, but in the story it'll be like, yeah, the guy mind controlled the woman into having sex with him, and it's dubious consent because while she didn't give consent, her body did.
Okay, bro.
Yeah. And it's like, uh-huh. I see. I don't see. Which is how we got into the fact that AO3 authors take a very liberal approach to how they describe women in their stories, and how they will, in the same breath, also call it empowering. It's just like, okay, like goddamn. Fucking people out here on AO3 being like, yeah, you know, we should collect women like a deck of cards. So all they're good for is their wet hole. And I'm over here like, I don't
took
think
no shit
women
and
should be
broke
in the
several
military.
bones.
I had to figure out sex myself. Well, that's rough, man.
Hey, at least you aren't like the Fallout TV show where you asked a girl if she wants to make your cock explode.
Yeah, dude. Incredibles 2, Find the Creator's Fetish is easy mode because Helen is the protagonist and the main gimmick is mind control. Fair. Honestly, I blame Totally Spies for that one. It infected a whole generation of people with weird fetishes. I remember between Totally Spies and Martin Mystery, like looking back on it, I was like, damn. That's crazy. And as I told Max previously, Totally Spies posted a teaser for the new reboot season.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're coming out with another season of Totally Spies.
Yep.
I hesitate to ask for the trailer for that, but I guess I'll take it.
They're
Someone,
bringing it back.
yep, someone posted a bit of episode 1 as like a teaser, and within like the first minute of episode 1, Chloe already hypnotized herself.
I mean, that kind of checks out for them.
And it's just, and people are replying to that with like, guys, fetish bait in the first minute. We're so back.
At least they're self-aware.
Oh man, that's.
Jin says, if that's the case, Shiro is the most female empowering author. Yeah. Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, it's fucking wild, because I was like, you know, I use a word, wet hole, to describe what's really happening in a lot of these stories, and that's sexist. But if you replace the word wet hole and nothing else in my description with her choice, suddenly it's a very empowering story, and it's like, you know, I don't think so. I don't think if you change the language but not the wording, that anything actually changes. I think it's still the same thing. You know, like, just because you replace the word rape with non-consensual sex doesn't make it not rape. Like, just because you replace the word pedophilia with consensual underage sex, which is a real tag on AO3, by the way.
I'm not surprised. Anything's a tag on AO3.
Consensual, yeah, but it's like, anything's a tag on AO3, but like, some tags are actually used, like dubcon. Like
Yeah.
like that's a real tag on AO3 because multiple people use it, and it's a very openly used tag. The same goes for consensual underage sex when they really mean pedophilia. Because pedophilia sounds bad, but consensual sex with a minor sounds way better according to them.
Officer, the lolly was 500 years old.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, I was expecting a vigorous defense, and then I realized Sign's not here.
Yeah, Sign's not here, yeah. So Sign isn't here to defend it. I gently beat her face to show how in touch I am with my feminine side. Plus 1,000 feminine social credit. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's funny because women on women violence make up 70% of domestic abuse cases. Just throwing that one out there into the void. Harry Potter gets adopted by Sun and Moon and then changes her name. That's wildly specific. That's like very specific.
I would say that's a very specific statement.
That is an exceedingly specific title. Harriet's life has always been difficult. Her life starts getting better when she meets the daycare attendants. What is with these people are both women. What is with women and fawning over those two fuckos? Like, Jesus Christ, they were both psychopathic. Yeah, the daycare attendants. FNAF. The daycare attendants, Sun and Moon, which are also the same person. It's schizophrenic.
What is this shit that we're looking at?
Cringe.
Yeah, cringe.
And he left.
But yeah. So anyway, Sun and Moon are one single robot, and it's schizophrenic, who reacts in relation to the amount of light shining on the robot. When there is minimal light shining on the robot, it is in moon mode, which means it will try and punish anything it perceives as a child for being out of bed. Because it's supposed to be a daycare attendee, which will keep the children in their beds during the night.
And it does that by killing them.
Well, yeah, sort of. It doesn't normally. It does in the game because you made him angry. You won't like him when he's angry. And then there's Sun, which don't be fooled by his cheery demeanor. He still threatens to kill you in the VR game for not doing the assigned activities fast enough or with enough proficiency.
The only thing I really know about the new animatronic shit is the really fucking good Arkham death scenes that someone made.
Post it?
Hold on.
Anyway, so when an incident results in her being homeless, that's a very odd turn of phrase. She decides to live in the Pizzaplex. Okay, game over screens, Arkham Knight style. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like there's some really cool like Arkham tier shit, which is very sad given what happened to Arkham.
That is nice. That's actually really well done.
I told you, it's well done.
I like how people just arbitrarily decided that Nightmare Bonnie has a fucking, like, British accent. Just out of the fucking blue for no apparent reason.
Well,
There's
apparently the
nothing
most
more nightmarish than British people. Everyone knows that.
true.
Well, I know why. It's because of one specific FNAF animationer decided that he was going to make this whole series based around all of the different interviews of each of the FNAF characters, and he was going to have an overarching storyline with it. I don't know if it ever went anywhere after the big breakout scene, but the longest / best interview was Nightmare Bonnie, because he actually sat there and explained all of the things that were about to happen to the interviewer. And so he actually had, like, basically screen time with an extended period of time where he was using the voice. And then pretty much after that, everyone was like, oh, he has that voice. I think this might actually be the same fucking guy.
It's possible.
Be still and have no peace. There's nothing you could have done.
Pretty fast, man. That's terrible.
What's terrible? Sorry.
Bad pun.
Oh.
Bedtime. 99. I say I'm not gonna hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah, no, I definitely dig a lot of these. These are actually pretty good. These are actually pretty fucking good. I will admit. Yeah, I think J-Gems is actually the guy. So. Hey, yeah, hold on. Let me pull this up. Oh yeah, interview with. Yeah, he's the interview guy. That makes sense. Is he still making this stuff though?
I don't know, dude. This is just like something I saw when I was at work. I was
1
like, oh,
month
those are
ago. Yeah, no, he's still going. How
Good on him.
How long has he been going? How many years has he been making this shit? It's like, I remember, like, he's got a bunch of fucking end scenes. 7 years ago he started making these little snippet bites, and then when was the first interview? First interview was an interview with Springtrap 4 years ago. And that was and then it started, he started to build from there. He kept going with his little short stuff, and then in another interview. Basically, every single time it says an interview with, it's part of a series. And the wildest part is that he'll have these, he has this, like, really dark, weird series going on with this interview plot line, and then in between all of the interviews, he's got just a bunch of fucking animation shit posts.
As he should.
Average SFM animation poster.
I mean, SFM is basically just a giant shitpost maker. I'm gonna be real with you.
Pretty much, yeah. But yeah, because the interview with Bonnie, because, like, all the other interviews with are, like, between a minute sorry, like 30 seconds to a minute long, and then interview with Bonnie was 5 minutes long, and people really loved that one. Yeah, 8.1 million views for Bonnie compared to like his average of like 100K views on the rest of his content. So, yeah. The interview with Nightmare Bonnie was probably why he decided to really take forward with the interview section, because his interview with Clips were what was getting the most. Dude's almost got 1 million subs. Good for him.
Yeah.
All right, back to the garbage. Back to the garbage. Horror elements, extremely fluffy story, featuring Harry Potter characters, FNAF characters, dead people, and child humor. I really hope that means childish humor, not
No, it involves dead kids,
possibly.
which
There-
is apparently the funniest form of humor.
V2 hiatus time. Beta, please, but they spelled beta wrong. "64 chapters, 230K words. 14 reviews, 68 favorites. Bro wrote more chapters and words than they have favorites. Nearly. Trigger warning. Sentences contain child abuse, most verities except sexual, child neglect, and kidnapping. Trigger warning. Horrible imagery and murder scenes. Intrusive thoughts, nightmares, child neglect, blood, cannibalism, nightmares, and possession via Horcrux. I decided to rewrite this story because I was having a writer's block. Author's note. Harry is trans and will be using neo pronouns. Please respect them.
No.
Yeah, that's yeah. I will respect the original author's wishes and not make Harry trans. That's what I'll do. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I just realized something with the animation. He has the fucking loading symbol in the bottom left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking good.
No, they did it. They did it right. They did
Yeah.
it right.
Harry Potter and the Pizzaplex. Harry always remember his time at Pizzaplex. After all, first incident of bad luck he ever had. So what happens when history repeats itself?
I don't know.
After all, Vanny is patient woman. I am putting this story up for adoption because I have no idea what I'm doing.
True.
Author, you didn't need to tell us that.
3 chapters, 3,000 words. I am putting this story up for adoption. Author, there's nothing to adopt. It's a fucking fetus.
What, you'd like us to adopt a paragraph?
Yeah.
This is the shittiest version of Adopt a Highway I've ever seen.
Yeah, right? I adopted half a sign.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you adopt half a sign, you're still getting like 4.5 kids.
Who the fuck is Hitman01 and why do they have OpenAI in their profile? I am-
Because AI is the new unholy symbol.
I am Hitman01. Currently, I am making story about Harry Potter What If. I am using ChatGPT-4 to do it. I am sorry about my English. I am Czech and I have problem with language. I will also publish finished story about Harry Potter from user Gamer95. Oh.
AI is just like the devil's curse. Whenever it pops up, you know you're just dealing with a shithead.
You're dealing with something.
You're either dealing with a person who doesn't know how to do something, a grifter, or, you know, on everything under the sun.
You know what the most impressive part about this guy using an AI to write his stories is?
What is it?
The fact that none of his stories have more than 20k words. Bro literally has an AI writing his stories for him and still can't manage to update. That's impressive. That's impressive. You are paying money to use the advanced AI that you can't even publish your own stories. That's crazy. You know, I've heard people talk about performance and anxiety and whatnot before, but goddamn, that's crazy. He ran out of free uses, so he gave up. No, there's no free uses of the 4.0 AI. GPT-4 is a paid-only plan. But yeah, that's insane. So yeah, this dude posted a whole shit ton of crossovers for this section. So not that being paid saves us from this bullshit. Well, yeah. As the saying goes, garbage in, garbage out. Doesn't matter if the AI can actually write a decent story. If you tell it to write fucking garbage, it's gonna write fucking garbage. And that's honestly, that's actually gonna be the worst part about large language models. Until the AI is actually sentient and can make its own decisions, large language models are going to be forever poisoned by human stupidity. Because anytime they're going to go try and teach the AI anything, there's going to be plenty of correct information out there that the AI can learn from. But for every Tolkien, there's 500 Stephen Kings. And unfortunately, they put out a lot of trash. And the AI is going to scoop that shit up and not understand there's a difference. And actually, in reality, it's going to weigh more on the stupid trash side of things because it's done more. And so obviously, that's going to have a greater weight because it appears more, which, as far as the AI programmers go, appearing more means it's more correct. So, that's going to be terrible.
No, I'm not.
What?
I thought you said Atin's gonna hate this.
Oh, no, I said that's going to be terrible.
I mean, it will be terrible, but you know.
AI will learn from the shitty Amazon women romance fics. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be wild. You know, people are out here being like shocked that the AI is racist and sexist, and it's like, do you see what you're feeding it?
I was gonna say, when you feed it stories from AO3 and Wattpad, and yeah, even fucking Reddit posts, of course you ended up with a racist, homophobic, sexist AI. Because on one side, it's pulling up, like blatantly homophobic, racist, sexist comment. You know, insert things like, kill all black people, Jews are terrible,
Right.
all white
Right.
people should die, etc., etc.
Right.
And then on the other side, you have it reading stories where the authors or the creators don't mean to be racist, but like, hey, what was the Immortals of Avernum or whatever, Sneaky?
Yeah.
Where the main female lead black character starts the game stealing?
Yeah. Or Forspoken, where the main female black character also started the game stealing, and in fact,
you know, fucking Forspoken could have been like an actually great game.
yeah,
Except the writing was the worst thing.
And here's, cause like, I've seen the gameplay demos. I played a little bit of the game and then returned it. Gameplay's fun.
it's just the main character is quite literally insufferable.
Well, the main character's insufferable. The plot is insane. Like, it's like someone. I'm trying to think how to say this. It's almost like someone wanted to make an African American Bayonetta game, and they got like. It's not quite Bayonetta. It's a lot less flashy than Bayonetta, but it's still pretty smooth. Like, you know, flipping between powers and stuff.
Right.
Like, but like they missed the part where Bayonetta is an utterly self-empowered woman who does not give a flying fuck what you think, and she will use every part of her to beat your ass till Tuesday.
Right. Including the being sexy part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she'll make you thank her for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very bizarre situation, and unfortunately, like, these games are going to be fed to any sort of AI, because I mean, a lot of these game companies are like, oh, we're going to use AI to like generate shit now. And it's like, that's great. I am actually fully supportive of it. Don't get me wrong. But the people backing the use of the AI inside the company, so like the bean counters, the higher ups, etc., the tech bros, they are either gonna have tainted opinions or they're gonna have retard opinions of I don't care, just put it in, or we have to make sure we only put in the right information, and the right information is the information that's made them lose money over the past decade.
Well, and here's the thing that, even leaving all of that aside, they're missing the point of, fundamentally, as it exists right now, AI is never going to be capable of replacing human artists, human writers, human level designers, so on and so forth.
But you don't understand, it will make us more money if we don't have to pay our level designer.
And then you'll have shit level design and people will stop buying your game. But anyway.
Yeah, well, you know,
Well,
forward thinking isn't exactly a... Yeah.
Yes, I know.
You're
Critical thinking is
well-
not their strong suit. I know.
You're
I think
thinking with
it's-
the brain instead of a fucking 2
Wallet.
gigabyte processor.
Yeah.
I mean, not a wallet.
That's a lot more power than you're giving them. Far too much processing power at their nose.
Potato.
Yeah. They have
Like two
their
gigs is like average today.
I'm pretty sure their processors are collectively 5 megabytes.
Yeah, probably.
Fair.
That sounds
They're
about
each
right.
running with like a 32 kilobit modem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, Druckmann is moving towards using that for the next game for Naughty Dog.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Inshallah, I believe
no,
he should.
I love the quote that is associated with this now.
Yeah, what's that?
It's going to redefine mainstream perception of gaming, and I'm like, you know what?
You're right. It is.
People are going to stop caring.
Yeah.
Hey, Neil, you want to know who said they're going to redefine the mainstream perception of gaming? A little motherfucker named David Cage. How's that going for him?
Yeah.
Decently well. He's still in business.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately for everyone, he's still in business.
It astounds me that David Cage consistently shoots himself in the foot in his games too, because like these are legitimately interesting story ideas and storylines, and he finds a way to fuck them up every fucking
Because
time.
the melodrama is his only word.
Well, it's
And the
not
other
just
person that said he'd
melodrama.
fix things is John Romero.
I mean,
Fuck
it-
you,
because
John
it's not just
Romero.
melodrama. It's he creates a plot and then somehow manages to miss the fucking thrust of his own plot. And there's no better example than Detroit Become Human, where at the end of the video game, the little human girl that the robot has been taking care of the entire time and has formed an emotional connection with and considers to be her child and loves dearly, and shows that it doesn't matter if they're a robot and a person and a robot or two robots. It doesn't matter because they're fully sentient enough that they are a person, and then you find out the little girl's a fucking robot, and I'm like, you just destroyed your own point!
Yes.
You can tell he's mad because of the way he's speaking. Jesus Christ, he's mad
Yeah,
about
see,
that.
the thing is, the
It
problem...
makes me mad because for once, David Cage wrote a good video game. Well, he wrote a good story, and the gameplay was okay, but it was an actually relevant, culturally interesting piece of media.
Yeah.
You say for once, but I just said every one of his games are actually like solid stories that get fucked over by him wanting to have a twist of some sort.
And that's what I was going to
Sabotage
say.
is-
no,
his
okay,
work.
hang on a minute.
Yes.
Fahrenheit is fucking insane. It is not a good
Oh,
story.
no,
It's
no,
just
you
a
can-
drug
no.
trip.
And you can fuck off. Fahrenheit is fine until the
Yeah.
drug trip kicks in.
Okay, but the
And
drug
that's what
trip
I'm,
tips in like halfway in.
and that's what I'm
Like,
trying to say. with
Exactly, and
this.
up until the halfway point, the story would have been fine. And then the halfway point happens.
The only good part of Detroit Become Human, the only part that I actually like is the buddy cop point.
The point I'm trying to make, though, is that a lot of these stories are, if they're not just pure poison garbage, they are infested with creatives that have an overwhelming, all-consuming urge to be seen as unique and different and avant-garde. And so they will write these good stories, and then they'll ruin said good story because the good story follows too many tropes that are too known in a pattern that people enjoy, and that's not unique. And so they have to be unique, which means they have to ruin their good story by making it special.
I feel like all creatives need to be reminded of the fact that one of the most popular settings is literally stolen word for word from like 20 different sources.
The Bible?
Yes. Fuck you. I walked into that one. Fuck. I'm like, he's technically not. No, I know. No,
He's out of
I'm
line,
not
but
gonna
he's
continue
great.
to blast you. I'm saying you're a motherfucker for making that joke. You're a motherfucker.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Legionaries,
Oh yeah.
crucify this man's balls.
Let's unmute sign. Hello sign.
Hola.
Yeah, no, I mean it is what it is. Storytelling is storytelling. It's got a piece, it's got a beat to it. Like, you know, different genres and different meanings will be coming out in different ways, but it does have a rhythm to it. And that's just how it is, you know? It's the same reason that every single time you put a giant amount of men to work on some construction work or resource harvesting work, they end up start singing songs and all of the songs are about, like, we're working hard, we have debts to pay, we want to protect our families, and we're probably gonna die here. That's pretty much how all of the songs go. Like, you want to boil down the sea shanties, that's pretty much how they all go, you know. Yeah, we all live together, Sweet Chariot, Carry Me Home, In the Mines, the fucking, the one song about drinking, Roll the Old Chariot, One for the Road. Like, there is a whole bunch of fucking songs that guys made because they were working long hours at a hard job together, day after day, and they all go with the same fucking beats and the same fucking topics, despite being hundreds of miles and hundreds of years apart. Because that's just how it crumbles. That's just how it goes. That's the thing that speaks to the people that are working on these projects. It's the same for horror stories. A horror story isn't a good horror story if it doesn't scare the people the horror story is being told to. Which means it needs to follow a certain setup. It needs to build tension a certain way.
Needs to be scary.
Yeah. And you can easily ruin a horror story by not building the tension a certain way. If you just open up the horror story with people dropping left and fucking right, it will desensitize the people. That's why in horror games, especially, like, you know, I'm going to use an amazing example of an amazing fucking horror game, because a lot of horror games force this on you by not giving you a weapon. Dead Space gives you the weapon, and it's all the more terrifying for it.
Resident Evil, where you get the weapon, but you're ammo starved.
Oh,
Yeah,
to be fair, Dead Space is basically Resident Evil in space. And before anyone says anything, they literally cited that was the reason they made the game.
Yeah, I know. You are a little bit less ammo starved in like, you can easily
Excuse you?
Yes, you can easily run out of ammo in the early Resident Evil games.
Okay.
Even late in a Resident
I
Evil
was
game,
about to say, are you
usually
about
run
to
out.
say that Dead Space had less ammo?
No, Dead Space has
Okay, good.
way more ammo, but
Yeah.
it didn't change the fact that it was still horrifying, because
No,
because they use the horror tropes properly. Even in certain areas where you go in and you see it's this big open area and it's this very narrow catwalk, and, you know, you hear the creatures scuttling around, and then the game's like, alright, you have to turn off the lights so you can redirect the power, and you know what's going to happen, and you know what it's gonna be like, and you walk, and it's no enemies are appearing, and you know what you are getting into as you walk down this walkway, as you walk up to the breaker switch, as you flip
ride
the switch.
slow ass elevator.
Yeah, as you flip the switch, and then you hear the screams, and it doesn't scare the shit out of you any less, having known it was going to happen the whole time, because you are still going to be inflicted with the core horrors of humanity. Darkness, being surrounded, being alone, being attacked by human-like things, hearing things you don't know the location of. It's just the classic horrors of humanity, and even though you know it's coming, and even though you are armed, and even though it's just a fucking game, it still inflicts the horror upon you. And I have not seen anyone but the coldest fucking individuals play through Dead Space 1 and not get the shit scared out of them on those scenes. Because even though they know what's gonna happen, They go in, they're like, all right, I'm taking care of these guys, they're coming at me, and then they scream their ass off when one of them comes up from behind because they fucking narrow
They always
visioned
do.
on the enemy in front of them because they are fighting their fear by channeling it to attack, but by doing that, they narrowed their ability to remember what they need to perceive, which was the enemies behind them.
Yeah.
It's a
Fucking- oh my God.
classic, well-used
Oof.
horror trope, and Dead Space was all the better for it.
Fucking medical deck still fucking scares me sometimes.
Medical
with
deck
the
was
way
pretty
shit-
awful.
Fuck the medical deck. Oh my God.
But yeah, like I said, it uses the Dead Space 2 was just the same fucking shit again.
I'd argue Dead Space 2 was
No.
actually scarier for me personally because of the way shit was.
No, here's the thing.
Yes.
The problem is Dead Space 2. Okay, the problem is Dead Space 1 is a masterclass not in horror, but in building tension and
Yes.
keeping you permanently tense. Up to and including, at times, doing things like violating its own rules.
Yeah.
Workbench rooms are safe until 3/4 of the way into the game when they're not.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bullshit.
No,
No. But the way they
it's
do it,
perfectly fair though.
the way they do it is very specific. You're at a bench, and there's a vent. Enemies have been able to come out of vents the entire game. They wait until you've opened the menu, but have not gone more than one menu deep, which means you can get out just by slapping the escape key. And the
you
second you
panic-
open
yeah.
that menu, a xenomorph, a necromorph smashes open the vent, jumps down, and takes an extra second to scream at you.
So you panic slam
Ooh.
on the key and you just shoot
You
it.
panic slam the keyboard, as Nose was saying. But, like I said, they've done this in a way that scares the piss out of you, but is
The
still
first-
fair.
The
Yeah.
first time I think that happened was in fucking medical deck, and I still have that in my fucking core memory. That's so fucking stupid. I hated that moment so much.
I say, yeah, Dead Space 2 does deviate from the tension buildup because you kind of know what's happening now. You know, you played Dead Space 1. You're still fucking scared. Shit still happens in Dead Space 2 that fucking scared the piss out of me. But there was a lot more environmental, ominous storytelling, like the Sanctum Room, where you're surrounded
Yes.
by a bunch of dead people, and they're not dead because the necromorphs killed them. They're dead because they committed ritual suicide.
And they committed ritual suicide because they want to become necromorphs.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, but that's
Really?
not, that wasn't the scary part. Like, the scary part is you come in and everything's fucking silent, and you're kind of just like, this is weird. And you get into the fucking atrium, and then there's just a bunch of dead people with bags over their heads, and their throats are slit. And the audio log is like, "We will become one." It's like,
No.
ugh.
We become as gods.
And then
No, that wasn't actually creepy.
And then this is what happens is you go into like the room past the atrium, you grab something, and then you go back into the atrium, and now all the bodies are gone, and you're like, oh.
And to be clear,
It's the
To be clear, the game has, at this point, introduced to you the idea that enemies, corpses, can be reanimated.
Yeah.
and then you just see and you remember that pile of bodies that you didn't quite destroy, and you're like, shit.
Oh, no.
Shit.
And then still, nothing attacks you. And it's not until you're about to leave that the shit starts pouring in. And unlike Dead Space 3, which we've gone over, massively fails the horror genre, massively fails the tension genre, and basically just becomes a buddy cop shooter.
We don't need to go
Dead
into that.
Space 2 introduces an unkillable enemy right at the end. It is literally right at the end. It's during the Halo run sequence. So it doesn't matter that the enemy isn't killable. He's literally just there to make you keep running.
Hates you. That's
Yeah,
stupid. They should just done that. Introduce him at the start, and then at the end let you be able to fucking kill him finally with like some sort of environment weapon.
I
or
mean, you
something.
technically do kill him because you drop the station into a sun.
Yes, but
Mm.
like that's not the point of Dead Space, though. The point isn't you triumph over evil. It's the point. The point is that evil is evil.
The point is there is an outbreak and there is no stopping it. You just have to well, there's no you stopping it. You need the sun to kill it.
It's like near the end of the surge, you walk into that room and the newscaster you see on the billboards all the time is there hanging himself. Yeah, exactly, yeah. The environmental storytelling is top-notch in Dead Space 2. Like, massively great. Fucking loved it. Like, personally, I like Dead Space 2 more than Dead Space 1, just because they took all of the elements that I liked about Dead Space 1 and made them better.
No, I can get that. Most, I say that with air quotes of the time, is the second game is usually better than the first just because it has built on from the first and perfected what the first was so good at.
I'm super torn because I don't necessarily agree that Dead Space 2 is better. I think they're both very good games, but they're very different games.
Yeah, but again, it's based on personal enjoyment, whichever one you think is better or not, and Sneaky probably enjoyed 2 more.
Yeah.
So,
and like
as long as he didn't say that 3 was the best, then his opinion isn't wrong.
No, I know. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying
I know. I'm not either. Yeah. No, that's fair as well.
Fucking Faceless pinged everyone.
Yeah, I saw. And he
I was like, wait, what was that?
Summoned the fucking horde. Faceless at everyone.
Bro, that's a mistake.
Why would
Everyone's
he do
just like flooding into the chat, like, what the
It's
fuck?
literally a server of like 200 people.
that? Why would he do that?
Because he's an idiot.
Retard moment.
Yeah, he had a minor retard moment where instead of pinging everyone that plays D&D, because he was thinking everyone that plays D&D, he pinged at everyone.
Another
Brazilian.
by the power of Brazil.
God damn it, Faceless. Anyway.
Many such cases.
Oh, they finally added dark mode to Google Drive? Jesus Christ, that only took decades.
They were too busy
Wow.
plotting to build a golden planet to finally kill that meddling fool, Crash Gordon.
Savior of the universe?
Yes.
Mm.
And I know it's
What
Flash
Flash?
Gordon, I said Crash Gordon. Because I said Crash Gordon because it's always crashing all the time. But that one could have used.
Of the universe.
Flash. Whoa!
It's so
Savior of the universe.
Flash Gordon is a national treasure, and you will treat his name with respect.
I didn't say he wasn't a national treasure. I said it's so dumb.
True.
I can find something to be utterly stupid and still gloriously entertaining.
That's fair. Yeah, he's got a point. He can do that. But, however, counterpoint. Melody of Magic and Machines. Harry is abandoned at Freddy Fazbear's Mega Pizzaplex, where Vanny plans to dispose of the brats. However, Roxanne, Montgomery, and Glamrock Freddy burst in, Glitch Trap appears, and Vanny breaks down crying.
Okay.
What? I can tell it's written by AI. Harry
tell.
and the heartstrings of the animatronic. After inadvertently arriving at the Freddy Fazbear anime convention.
But why though?
I accidentally showed up to a children's pizza company's anime convention?
Why is there so many sweaty, smell bad 40-year-olds?
Don't ask.
A battered Harry Potter
there's
bonds
a Magic
with
the
a
Gathering tournament
maternal
also happening.
animatronic. Facing threats from those seeking to exploit interdimensional anomalies, the group journeys to find sanctuary in the anime convention? Yeah.
You make what,
This helps, but I can still hear him.
Yeah, no, the fucking GIF I posted starting hurting my eyes just looking at it, so I'm like, alright, that's enough of that.
Amidst challenges, they learn about love, trust, and sacrifice, striving to offer Harry the safety and family he has always craved.
No.
At the anime convention?
You'll get some family, but
It's not the one you want.
Mm,
You'll get some fucking Banjo Sweet Home Alabama with it.
Yeah,
you said it like it's a bad thing.
it is fine. Just because you want to fuck your sister doesn't mean everyone does.
No,
I don't have any
actually, he wants to
sisters.
fuck his
Oh
mother.
God. God
I
gifted the rest of the
kill
world on that.
you.
Damn.
He keeps going
Bro.
on and on and on and on about MILFs, but he doesn't realize that the only MILFs left are his grandma and his mother.
The only
Oh,
thing, I
God.
still
Reminded
he
me
just
of that
doesn't.
video.
Yeah. Listen, Sign just doesn't realize anymore that there are no more MILFs, they're just women his age.
No, it's women
Like I said,
younger
just
than
reminded me
him.
of that video.
Yeah, no, sorry, but it's not women his age, bro. It's women 20 years younger than him.
Well, okay, it's not my fault that the 20-year-old women are now have 2 kids, okay?
Sign, they had 2 kids 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's statistically worse now than it was then.
No, it's not.
Yes.
The only
Bro.
reason why it's worse now is because there's more single mothers.
yeah.
Fair.
Sign, literally, everyone in my peer group was either born when the mom was 18 or born when the mom was 20 because another one was born when the mom was 18. Like,
I was born when my mother was like 30, but I was also the youngest of 4.
yeah.
And my
Oh,
older
that
brothers,
explains that.
my
Yeah.
eldest brother is like 6-7 years older than me. So they were a bit later than everyone else, but they had them one after the other basically.
So the egg was going kind of past the expiry date when he was born?
No, he was well
With
pickled.
enough firepower, you can even reignite a dying star.
No.
Yes.
He's Australian. He's well pickled.
Yeah.
No, see, because gravity is opposite down there, it doesn't work the same way.
Yes.
He has a point.
That's exactly how
it
gravity
it
works.
always goes down, so you just have to make sure to be positioned correctly, and it's still like an 85% chance of it working.
MILF isn't an age, it's just a mother, so cursive ages shouldn't proc with that knowledge. No, but
You say
MILF,
that.
no, you see, MILF implies, however, that the individual involved can be a motherly figure. That is a mother
Yeah.
I would like to fuck, which implies that the person is older than them. Like
Generally,
he's out of
yeah.
line, but he's right.
you don't
Yep.
say that's a mother I'd like to fuck to someone who's younger than you.
Well, okay,
No.
now there are some exceptions. I mean, she could be a very motherly 25, and you're looking at that like, yeah, that's a mother I'd like to fuck. Not like my own mother or anything.
Right, but
But-
the thing is that she's not old enough to be your mother.
And the
Right.
problem with that line is that everyone is jailbait to your age.
Well, he's true.
I'm not that old, damn it.
Yeah, when you do account for the half, but half plus 17 or whatever it is, he
Half plus
does.
7.
Yeah, he is still able to get the 50 age range, so it's not too bad. He still has.
You.
You had him in the first half.
27.
You had him on your side in the first half, Sneaky. Not gonna lie.
I like that. I like that every time it comes up, sneaky up by like anywhere from 2 to 10 years.
Yeah. It's a variable amount, but whatever. But it's always up.
Yeah. The sign can't have hag sex. It's just normal sex for him. No. It's not. No. He can still have hag sex. It's just the hags that are hags for him are, 90.
Great grandmothers.
Oh no! Yuck.
Them itty
Bro.
bitty titties drooping real low, swinging to and fro.
She
Excuse me, I'm about to
removes her
so commit.
dentures.
Excuse me.
Hey, there's
Hey.
some lips.
She-
Those are some dick sucking lips now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, listen.
Underneath.
What in the fuck?
She breaks out the pelly dents.
Listen, if they don't have teeth anymore, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
No.
No.
hell.
No, you
Oh.
killed the joke.
No,
Congratulations.
actually the opposite. Actually, he improved it.
Now, to be clear, I dislike the joke immensely, and I wish that I wasn't making it. However,
Sign had to clean up cobwebs before penetration. That's why he doesn't have sex anymore.
Oof.
Oh, good lord, Jin.
this is savagery of an almost unprecedented level.
No.
there was a weekly
Savagery of an almost unprecedented level is that one time Sign hunted a T-Rex.
It was pretty awesome. It
I
tasted
mean,
like
listen-
chicken.
Listen, I understand that it looked like a 400-year-old lolly, but his version of
Oof.
hunting is a little
It gets them on lists.
Hey,
No,
now that's
no,
not
hey,
true.
hey, whoa, hey, now.
Hey, whoa, hold on a minute.
It's like trying to push a shriveled grape into a spider's den. Arn coming in with the steel chair.
It's always more, and it always gets worse.
That's rough.
I imagine it's pretty dry down there, so yes.
Yeah, Is that why he's going after lollies? It's the only thing that makes him feel big?
All
right.
Dude,
Put my foot down.
Yeah, pull it the fuck
enough
back.
is-
Pull it the fuck back. Hold on a minute. Pull it
Yeah, I
back.
was
Pull
gonna
it
say,
back.
yeah.
We're done. The
I'm
joke's
dropping
done.
I'm
The
dropping it.
joke's done. We're done. You pushed it to past the point where it should have
I was
gone.
gonna say,
You should
we're
have
gonna
stopped after the
Stop
first.
insinuating that a member of the podcast is doing things that would get him on a list.
You're right, that's
Please
fair
and thank
enough.
you.
Yeah, he's just going after the boobs, and instead
Yeah.
of producing milk, it's powder.
I mean, the stuff he's written has already put him on the list.
God damn it,
Jesus
Sneaky.
Christ.
Hey, you know what? That's just readily accessible formula. Add water.
That's gross.
He can cry
I
into
didn't
them
mean
for
that-
some
I
extra
did not-
saline
I did not
content.
need that mental image.
That's
Sweet.
alright, it was provided to you anyway.
I
Yeah.
hate you? Question mark?
It's actually free. The best kind. Free mental images. Here, take one.
I don't want it.
That's too bad. That's not how mental
get
images
choice.
work.
You don't get a choice.
The British government
no.
and people won't take their loans.
Harry Potter Laughing Matter V2.
Does this person only write fucking Harry Potter 5 Nights at Freddy crossovers?
No, this is a new guy.
Ah.
Yeah, so yeah, just as awful, but different guy.
Mm.
Sign's last conquest was so old her pussy was haunted.
Well, okay, now to be fair, these days she don't have to be that old for her pussy to be both the site of a mass grave and an orgy.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I was gonna say it was so
See,
old. Alexander
that's
the Great
not the
turned
way
away.
I would have taken that joke. I would have said that Sign's so old. His the pussy from his last conquest was Charlemagne's wife.
Ooh.
Ooh, damn.
A little bit long, though. A little bit long.
Yeah, I needed a
Yeah.
way to shorten it, but
To be honest, Sign's
So-
everyone's punching bag. Well, you know.
Mm.
hang on a minute. We punch pretty much everyone here.
Yeah.
Sign just happens to like
Be the
Make it
easiest
easy.
target.
guard the most.
The
Yeah.
easiest
Easy target.
You know, he's the slowest moving, largest, you know.
That's a lie.
Look, man, you can get onto your mobility scooter and come after me with your cane all you want.
I don't have a mobility scooter.
Oh,
Sure you
I
don't.
have a riding mower.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, Paul Blart.
Bruh. Then you're not helping your case, game.
No.
It's a 0 turn. It's fine.
Sir, you are making things worse for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I know, that's the point.
Anyway, so Harry Potter Laughing Matter V2. When Harry is a no-show for the Hogwarts sorting, I feel like they would know he didn't show up before that point.
Where is
Especially because he's
Where is Harry Potter? He's putting his name into the cauldron of fire. said Dumbledore
Questions
calmly.
began
Potter,
to
did you
fly.
put your in the goblet of fire?
Dumbledore said
Dumbledore
calmly. The
I'd hate to
boy
see what
had
he
gone
said
missing,
next.
or maybe he was playing Hard to Find. That's right, yeah, Harry Potter was just playing Hard to Find. That's why he never showed up on the train that was monitored.
He was
Yeah,
playing
and
hard to get.
that's also why they don't follow the letters that has his address and current location on it. Like they doxed every student at the start of the year.
Yeah, also, like, you know, Hagrid knew exactly where Harry was no matter what.
Mhm.
Also, at the same time, the Weasleys just so happened to be going through the Muggle portal at the same
Despite
time
being a
Harry
wizard
was,
family.
despite being a wizard
Just
family.
so happened.
Just
Yeah.
so happened to be, yeah.
To be fair, that's not
coincidence,
malicious.
Harry.
That's not maliciousness. That's just J.K. Rowling being a bad author. But yeah,
No, I'm pretty sure she did that intentionally.
probably. But also just because
She
he's a
did.
celebrity, not to just be to be the first to see Harry Potter, not to manipulate him like the fandom seems to think.
No, I mean, it's not, it is manipulation, but it's not, doesn't have to be malicious manipulation. Dumbledore literally could have just been like, hey, Harry Potter is going to be coming through this year, you know,
He's an orphan with no mother.
he grew up in a
figure.
Muggle family. Can you swing through the Muggle entrance to make sure that he's, you know, feeling happy and, you know, doing good?
The problem
And
with
figuring
that
everything out.
theory-
Because if he can't figure everything out, give him a hand.
Yeah.
Oh, by the
Okay,
way,
the
Arthur,
problem
he
with that
might have a rubber
theory-
duck with him.
What was that sign?
So the problem with that theory is that later books kind of disprove that because they always apparently use the Muggle entrance for no fucking reason, but they do it anyway.
Despite the fact
Yeah.
they've got a flu at their home. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, here's counterpoint. Arthur's the kind of guy who would absolutely inconvenience his entire family to observe
To do the Muggle way.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely true.
I mean, that's
I'm just
true.
saying they would have a reason to be there, and that reason is probably Arthur wanting to ogle the Muggles.
I still love the fact that in the books, you know that the Weasley children's got Arthur's temper and Molly's temper by the fact that George and Harry beat the fucking shit out of Malfoy.
Yeah.
Ah,
That's so
yes.
good. That was so good.
Oh wow, Cruel coming in with the harshest steel chair of them all. I'm neither young enough nor old enough to read anything signs written.
Wow.
That has to hurt.
Damn.
Put the chair down, damn it.
Damn.
I think y'all need to fucking tone it down for a second.
You're right. You know what? We could be picking on nose again.
Indeed. How will the wizards of the magical world react to Harry Potter returning slightly different and insane? And where is this teleporting orange and white
hang on a
fox
minute.
coming from?
Hang on a minute. You can't
Slightly
say
different
slightly different and then
and insane.
insane.
Yes.
You can't include those.
These two things seem mutually exclusive.
Oh god, Harry Potter times Charlie times Lolbit times Roxanne Wolf.
Who
Why?
was that second
I've
one?
never gotten.
Charlie
Charlie.
is
Lolbit.
Animatronic.
What the hell's a
Lolbit.
Lolbit?
It's an animatronic. that has
Lolbit's
a child
the
called
mini.
Lolbit.
Oh, oh,
don't
so it's a
understand.
crossover. Never mind.
They're all Five Nights at Freddy Harry Potter
Yeah,
crossovers.
Lolbit is the small foxy.
Okay, nope. I'm checking out of that.
And what I don't get is why would you pair these with anything when they've got the corpses of children stuffed into them?
Because Harry is now also a child stuffed into one.
What?
Yeah, that's right. These animatronics are gonna fuck.
I request that you
disgusting.
not.
Mm.
Him right there, officer. That's the one.
Yeah,
Also, officer, I've discovered the heretic.
yeah. Anyway, let's
Officer,
see what we
he's
got
not a
going on
Slanesh
here.
worshiper. He's something worse. He's a Tumblr author.
Let's see what's going on in the vanilla Harry Potter section. I'd say we got Potter's Elves. Oh god.
Oh
Oh,
no.
I've
no.
tried to write something unique.
Oh no.
Did you succeed?
Okay,
That's a
wait,
mistake, author.
okay, wait.
There's not even
Before
a
we get too
summary.
deep, before we get too deep. Okay. Now, what are the odds of either a race war, a genocidal race war, or
None.
Jewish bankers? Goblins.
Maybe that one.
100%.
Maybe last one, and they're
Yeah,
gonna be
that one.
helpful and be all
Yeah.
nice to Harry.
Anyway, I've tried to write something unique, but with the amount of Harry Potter fan fiction, that's next to impossible. Buddy, it's not the amount of Harry Potter fan fiction that makes that impossible.
Yeah, it's
It's the fact that humans have been writing stories for about 7,000 years now, so...
Yeah,
And the
nothing
first
new
one
under the
was
sun.
the very first fan fiction was, look how cool my OC is. His name is Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh
Yeah.
was
He was
real,
actually-
though.
he was a real figure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I was gonna say the first,
Yeah, but those
the first
stories
real
are
true
fanfic.
fan
Yes.
fiction.
Gilgamesh.
Oh, yeah,
is
no.
cool.
All
I
of the
said-
stories about Gilgamesh are fan fiction.
Yes.
That's why I said fan fiction.
Weirdly enough, all the stories about A and Nasir are not fan fiction; they're actual real life.
About who?
He might have sold you some faulty
You do
copper
not
inside.
know the glory of Ian Nasir?
He might have sold you
No.
some faulty copper back in the day when you were back in
Basically, so
Mesopotamia.
it was this trollish dude who was scamming people on copper, and people would get so angry at the quality of his copper that they would carve stone tablets with insults, send it to
And
him,
complain.
and he actually had a storehouse filled with just complaints, so he kept all of them.
Wow.
Mhm,
Wow.
mhm.
Literally the world's first scam artist, and he was so giddily pleased with himself.
Yeah, he was so
He
fucking
kept-
pleased with
He
himself.
kept the evidence so well preserved that we found it in the modern day and know he exists.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, no, Gilgamesh was entirely fan fiction. Like, he actually existed, and he actually did a pretty good job at ruling the city. But he wasn't actually declared a god king until after he
No.
died. Where the
Yes.
people were like, man, Gilgamesh was such a great king. I'm gonna go write a story about him being awesome.
And that he was the king of all heroes, had all the treasures. There was this clay guy called Enkidu. Technically, Enkidu would probably be the first fanfiction character, actually.
I think Enkidu might have been, again, a real person that then got,
Oh,
like,
really?
disproportionately blown out.
Yeah, I think Enkidu was modeled after a real person, like some kind of a hermit or something.
Yeah.
I thought the hermit who Gilgamesh found was supposed to be Noah, who wrote his ark after the flood, ended up as an old immortal wise man who lived for hundreds of years.
That might also be a thing.
Again, when it comes to storytelling, a lot of
Mhm.
times characters can be mashed up of different people that actually existed, and they kind of just all got
Yeah.
mashed together because it's easier for the story to be like, yeah, Enkidu did all these things, when in reality it was like 5 or 6 different people.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
so the Quran actually has Jesus meeting what's his fucking name?
Noah?
The prophet Muhammad, fucking
Yeah.
Muhammad. Jesus meeting Muhammad in school or some shit. That is in the Quran. They
No,
studied
he
together.
meets Muhammad in like the afterlife or something when he meets
No,
God or
no,
something.
physically, in reality,
Yeah.
they were in school together. They learned together. They studied together.
We're both prophets because we both went to prophet school.
Yes.
Yeah, see, Jesus
Leg-
got his master's there.
Yeah. Okay. No, hang on. To be clear, pretty much all young Jewish men went to religious education. The way they obtained
Yes.
education period,
through-
was that
yes.
religion was that they were inherently being taught religion, and in the process of that, they would then select those most apt and dutiful and faithful for training into the priesthood in the local area if you didn't have
Yes.
any local Levites around.
And Muhammad came to this school to study where he met Jesus. At least that is the lore in the Quran.
Yeah.
Mm.
But anyway, point being though is that the story of Noah and the flood is actually older than the Bible. It actually comes from one of the story tablets that we found in Uruk, which means the flood was pre-Uruk.
It's one of the oldest stories in the world.
Which makes sense because a lot of people are now starting to believe that the flood story is actually originating from the Younger Dryas meteor
Younger
impact,
Dryas.
which was 27,000 years ago.
And how sea levels rose after the ice age melted and all that, wasn't it? Or am I thinking of something else?
The Younger Dryas
that's
meteor
it.
impact was in fact an ice age melt, but it wasn't the fact that the ice age ended that caused the flood. It was the fact that a meteor struck a massive ice field and instantly liquefied a fucking shit ton of water.
That's why a lot of places have flood myths. A lot of places have fire raining from the sky myths. And a lot of them talk about cities that used to be there and
I
are
just
no
realized-
longer there.
Yeah.
Noah is the first man to use when asked for a source. I saw it in a dream that there was going to be a flood.
Yes.
Well, no, I mean, yes, but no, because there's a lot of legends as well, even in the Native American sections of, oh yeah, I saw in a dream, I went to the Great Mountain, and the mountain said I needed to climb it, and then my family would be safe, and so I brought my family up to the mountain, and then a giant flood came and killed everyone. And keep in mind that this was a tale that was passed down between people who had never encountered Christians.
And all happened around the same time period.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you go across a bunch of religions across the world, a lot of them will speak about either a world-ending flood, or if they're really far away, they'll speak about a flood that was, the oceans rose and swept away our crops,
40
especially
days
far
and 40
away.
nights.
Yeah. So the closer you get, however, you get descriptions in religion about burning skies and the world shaking, and Ragnarok, for example. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't India have its river of milk or whatever start because of flood?
Yes.
The legends. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a very interesting study that I've been following. But yeah, Younger Dryas meteor impact, very cool.
Thanks, history.
Yes.
Very cool.
This is a Hermione story, so it's a Harry Potter times Hermione story, with a house elf raised Harry Potter. That's not unique at all. That's
no
super original author.
Yeah, it's very common.
Totally never been done before.
I'll move through the years quickly, and there might be some sex scenes when they get older. Moderate Dumbledore and Weasley bashing. Again, I don't understand the bashing for the Weasleys. Are they obnoxious? Yes. Are they more obnoxious than the normal average person? Not really. Like, I'm sorry, but Molly Weasley is overbearing, but she's not overbearing to the point of, like, ridiculousness.
They're a perfectly fine family. I don't know why it's like,
But
no, I don't like Ron.
I think it came up. Ron has his faults as a character, and that's actually good writing. But I think a lot of it comes from the Molly Weasley love potion lines. How she
now listen, they're a family of soulless gingers. They deserve all the bashing they get.
Interesting.
Interesting said by you.
Yes. Interesting sign.
Interesting.
But yeah, point being,
counterpoint, none of them have written a story that's old enough to be an adult.
Well, neither has Sign. So That's a really
Mm.
odd point to make.
I think of something else.
Yeah, no, Sign has
I am
not.
slightly-
Yeah,
I am slightly sleep deprived.
yeah, well, slime.
Slime.
Slime? What?
All right. No.
lolly
Now
slime.
someone needs to draw the
Lolly
sign
slime chan.
Yep,
slime.
that's being
OT.
altered. Pray
Lolly
do not
slime
alter it.
chan.
Pray do not alter it
I'm
further.
doing it.
You've been reincarnated into a slime.
Yep, I have changed his
Mm.
name.
The deal's
His name has been altered. Pray do not alter it further.
Damn it.
to
Um,
be fair, it could be worse. Slime.
yeah, slime.
Oh. Yes, it could be worse.
But
God.
Slime shady.
God damn it, Sneaky.
Oh,
With
that's
the
a
real
good one.
That was Aura.
Um,
With this little slime show you there, please stand up.
I mean, but I keep wanting to say it's slime. Cyan has not written commissions for 20 years, so it'd be really hard for one of his commissions to be 20 years late.
Mm.
It'd be impressive, but
Well, I was writing 20 years ago, but no, I don't have any commissions that old.
yeah. Anyway,
Oh
so
my God, I
You
was
know
writing
what?
20 years ago.
I think we should all just be thankful that Worm wasn't written 20 years ago and could be on the same level as Harry Potter and all that through mainstream and not just fan fiction.
my bro,
shut your mouth.
I got some bad fucking news
We
for
have
you.
some bad news.
Is it really becoming Has it really become mainstream?
Bro,
my
I
brother,
got some
have
bad
terrible
news.
for
I have
you.
some terrible
They're
news for
gonna
you.
make a Netflix adaptation of it.
Wait, what?
Sir, another
You didn't
mainstream
hear?
has hit your favorite series.
Wait, what? There is a Netflix
Yeah, you didn't hear?
adaptation of Worm.
Yeah, Taylor's gonna be a black girl.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a Netflix adaptation of Worm coming, and Taylor's gonna be a black girl.
Why is the dungeon?
When I looked that up,
Chat
it just says, let's
fucking
imagine
locked.
a Worm series is confirmed for Netflix. Oh, wait, yeah, no idea. Oh.
Did fucking Arn do something again? If you got a ghost ping, it has now been locked behind the dungeon dude's role. But I have the dungeon dude's role. Did he fucking remove it? I swear to fucking God.
I think so. It's weird because
long
I
as
can see that channel, but I can't see the list on that channel.
Yeah.
No, as long as I think I don't tick off of that channel, I think I can still see shit in it.
Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
me
I don't
too.
have that. I don't have that.
Yeah, I had the dungeon dude's role. It's just I didn't have the new version of the role.
Oh.
I don't know. It's shit just
I
weird.
didn't have to do anything. I can still go back in unless Orn gave it to me.
Yeah, but it's weird because he changed some shit, so I couldn't see anyone that was inside it, and I could still post and everything.
Yeah, that's
the
the
member
problem I'm
list.
getting.
Yeah. I think the worst part. Okay. All right. We will mark unread there. Okay. What pray tell did you write 20 years ago? Everyone knows what he wrote 20 years ago.
Do we?
Sophia
Okay,
will be
fine.
made right. Yeah, a Netflix adaptation. Netflix adaptation of Worm. God damn, that would be something.
It'd be
I have not
hilarious.
found anything except for TikToks asking, hey, is this Taylor Hebbert? I'm doing correct. I'm not seeing anything about a Netflix Worm adaptation.
That's because it doesn't exist.
Ah.
Wow,
So I
you
was
really
saying
bit
it.
that one.
And you may praise the Emperor for his undying
Yeah.
mercy.
Yeah, damn. Yeah.
Don't worry, coming soon. They're running out of ideas. They got to plunge. come
Listen,
from somewhere.
listen. They're already pulling from Wattpad.
Yeah.
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 Though supposedly
serious.
a lot of those got canned. Supposedly.
Thank God.
Because
When
they
they're so shit.
no, not because they're shit. They just started running out of funding because you got to keep in mind that these companies ran super corrupt for a very long time, and like a lot of companies, like what was that company? Uber? Is that what it was? No, I don't
What
think it
were
was
they doing?
Uber. I forget what
Really?
company it was. But they basically went out of business. Oh no! It was Patreon. That's what it was. Nearly
Oh,
went out.
yeah,
Yeah,
Patreon.
yeah, I remember this. Yeah, so
Because they changed
Patreon.
of service.
Yeah,
terms,
basically, Patreon for a very long time. It was like since their creation to like maybe a year or two ago. They were running off of investor money. So basically, they constantly had investors investing in, and then they were taking that investor money and skimming a massive amount off of it and giving it to themselves. And then they were giving the rest of the investor money back to the previous investors. And then they would pay the next.
So they were running a Ponzi scheme.
Yes, they were paying the
Wow.
next investors with the previous investors' money. Or the previous investors with the next investors' money. But
Of course.
the thing was, is this would have actually kept going for quite a long time because they were actually making a significant amount of money off of the 12% or whatever they fucking take from people's accounts when they get subscriptions. And this would have actually continued for a long while. But every single year, they kept giving themselves a higher and higher salary. It was like getting ridiculous. Like they were paying themselves millions of dollars.
They couldn't stop skimming, and they wanted to skim more and more.
Yeah, they wanted to skim more because it was working out so well. So what's a little bit more gonna hurt?
And a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more.
And it got to the point where they were skimming so much money off of each investor investment that they didn't have any money to pay the previous investors. So they started taking out like loans to pay the previous investors.
But then didn't pay back the loans.
Oh,
They still
wow.
gave money to themselves, right?
Yeah, and then they just kept giving money to themselves and not paying back the loans they were taking out to pay previous investors.
Oh, fucking of course.
Yeah, like it was the wildest fucking thing. Is they just kept paying themselves. No matter what happened to the company, they just kept paying themselves more money. And they were like, we don't understand why we're going under. It's wild. It's crazy. We don't get it. Why are we going under?
And then they also took off our 18 plus content and lost a huge chunk of their fans.
Oh yeah, and then they kept assassinating their fan base, and they started getting super political with it because they were like they felt they were a monopoly, and it was now safe to wield their monopolist power. And so
And
they
they named Subscribestar.
yeah, they started targeting people like, you know, Carl Benjamin. And then people ran away and created Subscribe Star and Subscribe Hate. That obviously went down the drain because no one wants to pay a company called Hate.
Yes.
And, you know, a bunch of other attempts at Patreon likes were attempted, but Subscribe Star was the one that remained. And then they just kept going down that path of killing off more and more of their user base, still paying themselves a lot more money every single time. And they're like, we have to fire more employees. We don't understand why we're bleeding money so much. And then eventually the investors were like, we're not gonna keep investing in you. You're bleeding money now. You're negatives. You have massive loans out. What the fuck are you doing at this company? And then they were like, then they started paying themselves out of their company's budget the same amount of money they were skimming from the investors. And then everyone could see that, and they were like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. Didn't one of them also, like, stupidly admit, but this is what we did with our investors, but we don't have investors now, so we have to do this?
They basically just full on admitted what they were doing the whole time, yeah. And everyone was like, what the fuck are you... Oh my god.
What the fuck do you
That's not how you're
mean
supposed
you
to
were
run a
doing that for
company.
your investors?
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. And then they also did the classic dumb shit stuff of like, oh, we're doing so well as a company, I'm gonna hire all of my friends and they can hire all of their friends, and then we'll all give each other really great salaries.
You are a useless bloat and need to go.
Yeah, so it was Patreon is and continues to be an impressive show of how to fuck up in the most obnoxious manner possible and somehow still not get any consequences for it because people are too stupid to punish them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, the Potter triplets and the Philosopher's Stone. You know what's worse than a self-insert OC? Two self-insert OCs who were the twins of Harry Potter.
Oh god.
Oh no. Are they really doing a Cursed Child epilogue self-insert?
No.
Oh, thank God.
What if Harry Potter was a triplet? The story mainly focuses on my self-insert OC, Annabelle Potter, a Slytherin high achiever who is totally awesome and amazing, and has lots of friends. Yep. Woman.
Mm-hmm.
Vast sea visualization. In a world where magic meets the mind's vast expanse, Lucas, reborn as Harry Potter, wields the power of visualization to master his emotions and wandless magic. With a tranquil sea as his mental fortress, God, that's so fucking cringe, he embarks on a journey of self-discovery and magical mastery. That's cringe. 80 chapters, 252,000 words. Only
That pretty
500
much
favorites.
takes an idea that basically every Harry Potter fanfiction in the last 15 years has done and centers the entire story around it.
Yes. Now I will say, Core Threads did this as well. I will say I really don't like the whole main character uses Mind Palace and becomes like this character who's able to do like hundreds of hours of training in their mind and shit like that. I really don't like this concept of generally. I'm gonna bounce off this to just talk about general writing narrative. I don't like the concept, and a lot of authors fall into this trap effectively of I'm going to make my main character do something that's totally logical that seemingly no one else has thought of until this point. And it does have a basis in reality where there's a lot of things that was discovered because someone just thought about it differently. And that's fair enough. But the problem is, especially in fan fiction, is that the author will be like, oh yeah, Naruto, yeah, he's going to become a god of shinobi by using the clone jutsu to learn a whole bunch of things really fast. And
Well, okay, no, with Naruto, that's actually an exception. People have done that before. Kakashi even told him about that method later on. It's just that Naruto can make so many of them, he has the ultimate cheat skill for it. So
No, that was an arse pull because he gave so much to the Sharingan, he had to have some way for Naruto to catch up.
yeah,
that too.
it was. But the thing is that even though it wasn't as pull, this is why I'm talking about it as it's a trap that authors fall into, even the canon author writing canon. So Kakashi can make multiple clones, and Tenzo can make multiple clones, and Sarutobi can make multiple clones, and generally anyone Kakashi's level and higher can make multiple clones. And the thing is that there's no excuse given as to why no one employs this. It's like, oh, but they gotta it would be like because the problem is any excuse that you would give as to why no one else employs this clone learning technique that Naruto can do is gonna disprove why Naruto should be able to use it.
Wait,
Yes.
no, hang on. I was pretty sure they gave the reason as Naruto's the only one with that much chakra, where everybody else can maybe do 4 clones, cut their
Yeah,
chakra into a quarter
Yes,
to do their
but not a
training
single
and
other
speed it up
person,
4
even
times.
when doing it, uses that method. Like being able to
Yeah.
make,
Right.
even if you can only make 4 max,
times
making
4 learning
3,
speed is still insane, sign.
yeah,
But
and no one uses it ever.
Yeah.
chakra capacity and chakra regeneration rate. Remember, all right, the wave arc when Kakashi used up all his chakra and it took him what, a week to recover? That's why they don't fucking do it. If they use too
But then
much,
why-
they still got to recover
But
it.
then what?
Whereas
But if he, can
Naruto
only
is
make,
a
if he makes 4 max, why not just make 3 and not go through that? And then
Yes,
instantaneously?
again,
except
you use too much, it
But
takes
this time he's not. They're
two.
using less. They're not making their maximum sign.
yeah,
Like they could have done that at any time, even just to
except the-
double their speed.
yes. Also, except for the problem is that the wave arc got massively retconned going on. Because the wave arc had Naruto be able to transform into physical objects using the jutsu, and they retconned that out of existence.
Yeah, they did.
Except he still did it when he transformed into rocks during the pain fight.
Um,
And then he did it again later, I want to say once during
No.
the Kaguya fight.
he didn't though. You see, he had a bunch of clones turn into rocks, and he did what he did to Neji, in that Pain knew
Dug under.
that these rocks were all Naruto, but he didn't know which rock was Naruto.
Mm.
I was pretty sure he didn't know they were rocks at all when I read the original release of that.
Well, I mean, the problem is that he still has chakra.
Yes.
So, but point being is that they retconned a lot of that. Like, they retconned Naruto's ability to be clever, because Naruto was the one that came up with the plan to hide himself in the shadow of the first shuriken.
Mm.
Yeah, and then it basically, once he got the Rasengan, became, okay, I'll just spam Rasengan and clones,
Well,
and I
no,
win.
even before he got the Rasengan,
He didn't really
literally,
transform at all. He just used clones.
after the wave arc, he never again did anything creative. His biggest creative moment was, I'm gonna make a bunch of clones and swarm Neji, that way he won't know which one's the real me.
And I can hide underground because he doesn't look down ever.
Yeah.
Except that should be wrong because the Byakugan has 360 spherical vision.
Well, apparently that still didn't stop
That's the
him
point.
that stopped him from seeing Naruto, so...
Yeah.
That's so fucking dumb.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Is that even when the author was trying to make Naruto look clever, still, the times he was trying to make Naruto look clever,
Just
didn't make
no
sense. Same thing with him doing the rock thing with Pain. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for him to have clones scattered around as rocks. Just generally, they weren't really a threat to Pain. I'm not really sure the purpose of having random clones be rocks.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Pain can't use his Shinra Tensei.
Yeah,
or
if he does a single fucking AoE jutsu, he just destroys everything, yeah. So, like I said, I really don't know what the plan was there. Yes, and he does show later on with the Kaguya fight that he does make a solid clone, because he makes a fucking boy harem and makes Kaguya pause for a second. But I don't really know if you can say, like, Oh, this
That's
proves.
creative and
Well, not just that's
Mhm.
creative. I don't know if you can even at that point, because he's juiced up on Sage Chakra, he's juiced up on Karama's Yang Chakra, and he's juiced up
Sixth
on
Path Chakra
the Sixth
from
Path
being
Chakra. The Sixth
Ashura.
Path Chakra specifically grants Naruto the power to manifest his chakra into physical objects.
Mm.
So I don't really
I
know
thought
if
that
it.
was Sage Chakra.
No, that was the Sixth
No,
Path
that-
Chakra.
Sage Chakra gives him enhanced sensory durability and lets him extend his chakra as physical hits, but it's not like actual creating physical objects like the Sixth Path Chakra does.
Yeah, the Sage's Sixth Path
Oh.
Chakra lets him create the
It
true
basically
seeking
gives-
balls.
Sage just apparently gives it like weight, his chakra,
Yeah.
to actually do damage, than being just energy.
Yeah. But yeah, and so I don't really know if at that point you can really even say that Naruto's Kagebushin Jutsu, not Kagebushin, Henshin, yeah, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying, the transformation
Yeah.
jutsu.
Transformation.
You know
I
what
don't
the
really
saddest
know if
thing
you can
actually
even
is?
say the transformation jutsu at that point is working as intended because of how much shit he's juiced up on that would affect it.
Mm,
You know
yeah,
what the
fair.
saddest thing is? The only time Naruto's ever been creative is in filler arcs and movies.
Well, yeah, the
Now.
arcs that don't matter that weren't written by Kishimoto.
Yeah, because they weren't written by the author.
Yeah, and the thing is, as I understand the reason why Kishimoto made Naruto less creative, it's because he even admitted this in an interview. He needed the Konoha 9 to each have a standout trait, so it'd be easier for people to remember them. And if he had Naruto be too creative, it would overlap with Shikamaru's trait of being the one that comes up with creative plans to beat enemies out of his league. Because
Yeah,
he
being
was
super
supposed to be
smart.
this really weak guy who used
Except
his
that
intelligence to beat
totally
people.
doesn't make sense because, all right, Shikamaru, you could have him be the strategic thinker and Naruto be the on his feet, quick, tactical
Yes.
improvisation thinker.
Oh, look, no
But
one
I
said
guess-
Kishimoto was a storytelling
Was not.
genius, okay?
Yeah,
Especially because he
exactly.
then later in the war arc made Shikamaru be able to use his Shadow Possession Jutsu on the 10 Tails for at least a sort of decent amount of time.
Yeah,
And that decent amount of time was more than 3 seconds.
yeah,
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit.
yeah. So, it's...
So he doesn't hold to any of his own standards or what he says.
But yeah, so it's a common trap that a lot of authors fall into, in where they make their they introduce something, and then they make their character be like, oh, I'm going to use this in a creative way that no one's ever thought of before, like training with Kagebushin. Except everyone knows you can do that, but apparently only Naruto does it.
Yeah.
And even though they're like, oh, well, the reason why no one else does it is because they'll only get a ×4 learning rate from it.
I wasn't saying it was the ×4 thing. I was saying Naruto has a infinite chakra battery
No.
inside of him.
No,
Whereas
I'm
everybody else
aware.
has to
Yes,
recharge.
Kurama plus Uzumaki. And we actually have no idea if the healing fixes the brain, and we actually don't even know if it does brain damage in the first place. It's said that it does brain damage, but we actually don't know that, because again,
Yeah.
Certainly do, because Naruto stopped being creative. That's obviously the proof.
yeah, right. But we don't. It says it does brain damage, but we don't know that specifically because no one's ever been able to create enough clones and live to get the brain damage from having too many clones.
Yes.
And the only people who would be able to, we just don't really see much of.
And even then, even if creating 10 clones gives you brain damage, create 5 clones and you get a mere ×5 learning speed.
Well, I think
Yes, it
it's
doesn't
a
work
case
on
of-
it doesn't work on physical workouts, but you can learn forms, you can learn chakra control, you can learn
Well,
jutsu.
no, it's not just that. It's okay. I make my chakra 1/5 its normal amount. Now I'm gonna go do some heavy workouts to both stretch my muscles and my chakra, while my clones all do heavy theoretical work.
Mm.
Well, but again, here's the
Well,
thing.
they study.
You can. I want to point out there's still a physical benefit to train, right? You'll get 5 times the muscle memory.
That's
Um,
kind of they're not sure whether that would apply or not thing. People are divided on that one.
yeah.
Okay, no. From what we know logically, they are returning. The reason that you learn is they are returning their experiences to you when they come
Yes.
back.
Yes.
So, yes, if all of you stood there and did the same punch 100 times, you've done the same punch 500 times.
Yeah.
Yes.
You aren't
But
wrong.
if you're not doing it correctly, then you've done the
Yes,
same
if you're
punch
not
wrong
doing it, but
500 times.
that danger would exist regardless of whether you did it
Yeah.
100 times with 5 people or 500 yourself.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
not
there's
wrong.
also-
However, I will counter that with the fact that it would make more sense to have chakra constructs do chakra exercises because they are made of chakra and therefore would be
Yes.
more in tune with their chakra, unlike you, who is not made of chakra.
Yes, absolutely, I agree.
There's
My
Yes.
point was simply that there would still be that, right? Let's say
Yes, muscle
Fuck
memory
me.
could theoretically carry over. Again, however, I would say muscle memory is probably actually a bad thing to try and carry over because when you are practicing, you are improving. And unless you're a dipshit and you're not paying attention or trying to improve, when you're practicing, you're trying to improve. But if you have times for the amount of muscle memory of you doing something incorrectly and then changing it over time, you're going to change different things at different paces over time, which will fuck up your muscle memory because not only will you have timeline A of your muscle memory, you fixing your flaws in this way, you'll have timeline B of you noticing something else because again you're only noticing this flaw in your stance because maybe the ground is a little bit uneven here and you realized your foot was in the wrong position, but that guy standing over there is on a different level of ground and he realized that his knees were not positioned correctly.
Yeah.
And
there's a
so-
lot of variables there.
And so now you have a lot of scenarios in where you're going to get 4 muscle memories, but all of them are going to be a little bit different and all of them are going to be conflicting.
Yes.
Or it might be cumulative where you go, okay, well, I take this experience where he's on flat ground, but I also add it to this experience where he's on uneven ground. So now I have
But-
experience working on both flat ground and
But-
uneven.
but-
Yes, but
If
then
you say that, then that goes against your argument because then
Yeah.
there'd be no reason not to use clones for everyone.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. But you'd also have to organize the memories manually at that point. Like that kind of defeats the purpose of doing training with clones if you're organizing the memories of the clones after you do the training.
Well, I
Also the
think
fact
you
that-
would do it
Sorry.
at
also
least
the fact
one
that it was
clone at a
brought up
time.
with-
No,
with-
you would
with
not. You'd be
Kakashi no
doing it
Jiraiya.
subconsciously. You would actively have to sort your memories at that point.
Yeah.
Because you are literally getting the equivalent of if you're doing it with say 4 clones, so you have 5 clones worth of memories. Say you trained for 8 hours that day, you were getting 40 hours of memory in the span of 8 hours. You are absolutely going to have to manually sort that shit.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're a Yamanaka, you could do some sort of cracked ass mind jutsu
One
shit
thing.
to sort the best versions
But
of each of your
also,
memories.
we've never been shown that Yamanaka can do that, just take over minds and interrogate minds.
Right.
Not actual, change their own.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though, is like the only group that could
Potentially.
without breaking the suspension of disbelief, come up with some sort of cracked ass mind bullshit to automatically sort shadow clone memories would be the Yamanaka
Or
or
actually-
Sarutobi.
Actually, I could give it to Killer B because he could have the Hachibi do it for him.
then you could say
potentially.
you could give it to all of the
No,
other
they have to be
Jinchuriki.
perfect. It has to be perfect in Cherokee, who's
That's fair,
got
yeah.
the Tail Beast acting as a
Who aren't
partner.
being separated by a seal or something. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
dig that. Yeah.
That is the only way that someone not a Yamanaka or Sarutobi, who did learn every fucking jutsu in the village, including the
Yeah.
Yamanaka ones and all that.
Yeah.
But
would
yes, look, the
do
point
that.
is there would be with the shadow clone jutsu being one of the hidden techniques of the Leaf Village.
Mm.
Now, do we know if that like learning component, does that apply to like a water clone?
I don't know.
I
I
don't
think it's
think
only
it
Shadow
does.
Clones.
No,
It was-
it is specifically shadow clones that do the memory transfer, and I think they say it's specifically the shadow clones because the shadow clones are entirely made out of only chakra, and some of that chakra returns to you, and because chakra
Yeah.
is both made of mental and physical energies, it quite
Got it.
literally is returning your mental energy to you, which is where your memories are.
Got
Of course, the
It was
Goku.
one of
Of
those
course,
nice bonuses the second Hokage
Yeah.
discovered and was like, "Oh, hey, that's
Yeah.
neat."
Yeah, but
yeah,
anyway,
of course, the
whole
second
point,
Hokage
the reason I'm
created the
asking
best
that
clone
is,
Yes.
jutsu as well.
why in the fuck do we never see, like, it doesn't matter, like you said, if they only have enough chakra to create one clone, the second they have enough control to make the clone, cool. Now your absolute worst ninja, who barely qualifies, is learning at twice the rate
Exactly.
the next village's ninja, who just
Yeah,
barely
yeah.
qualifies.
You don't even have to do
Yeah.
anything physical or with your chakra. Just sit there and fucking
Like-
study. Do all your book work.
Even
Yeah.
all
even
your
if you're the
paperwork.
worst of the worst with the
Well,
Leaf
no,
Village
this is
with
why
this
I'm
training
saying
method,
that it's very important that the physical that the real person actually does the physical training, is because the best way to train is to balance your yin and yang chakras, which if you're doing a whole bunch of mental training, you would be theoretically increasing your yin chakra because that's about the mind and it's about studying.
Yeah, so
It's about knowledge.
you, the person, need to go do physical training to increase your yang. I agree with you.
Yes.
But the point
sure.
is, it's just, the problem is introducing the learning aspect immediately breaks down, because then every Leaf Village,
Yeah,
why-
the Leaf
why do we
Village
not
should be
come
absolute
across
gods.
teams?
Yeah.
yeah, why do we not
Yeah,
come
why
across
don't we-
like fucking the
This
chick
is-
who always throws tiny dango
Ten-ten?
sticks?
Anko,
Anko.
yeah.
Anko.
Anko should be one of the most horrifyingly lethal people in the world.
hmm
She is
She
More
should
than
be,
she
but
is.
she
You know
isn't.
what I mean?
more than she
Also,
is.
the
Yes.
whole fat
Plus,
thing.
if this was actually a thing before it was ass pulled because Naruto needed it, the Leaf Village would have 100% taught Shadow Clones to Guy and just let that monster loose on the world.
Yes. Also, they should be teaching them to their academy students. Like, third year in the
No,
academy.
no,
This is your
no.
last year. We're going to teach it to
No,
you.
Yeah,
you
no.
quite
You don't
literally
want to teach
know.
it to academy students.
That would kill the
for sake of
students.
Leaf.
That would kill
No,
the
they
students.
literally, they do set it out. They say that Kakashi's level of chakra capacity is what you need to even start thinking about casting the
Okay.
Kagebunshin.
You need above average Jonins, not just the best of the best, but at least above average to think about starting.
But again, why do we not see Kakashi popping out a shadow clone or two? Because listen,
He
the
was
man.
good
Oh,
at
yeah, no,
Wave.
and that's
Wave, he
especially.
pulled out 30.
Well, no,
Wave, he pulled out
it's
like 30, didn't he?
especially all of the Jonin that are currently teaching their fucking Genin.
Mm.
Why aren't they creating the most shadow clones possible every single day to go train while they
teach the
go
students.
around the village and just supervise their Genin? Like the Jonin, like I can understand you not using all of your chakra every day just in case an emergency mission comes in you have to go on to immediately.
Well,
Understandable. I get it.
Yeah.
But if you're a Jonin who is teaching the kids, you're not on the emergency missions. Your mission is to teach the next generation.
yeah, the only time you're on emergency missions is during an emergency or wartime, like when the third died.
But
And you know
again,
what?
here's the
Actually,
thing.
no. To
Even
be
if you're-
fair, for all the Jonin senseis, that doesn't make sense for all of them except for Kurenai because she's so useless. I'm pretty sure she got it because she fucked Asuma.
That's possible.
Sure.
Or yes.
Every other single one, like,
Also, yeah,
especially-
Jin raises a good point. The shadow clones should be able to use the gates, but
With no
my
consequence.
counterpoint is that the shadow clones don't have gates, and they don't have tenketsu, and
Yeah.
they don't have any sort of chakra system because they're literally just made
Oh.
of chakra.
Wait,
If
hang
you
on.
didn't have
Didn't
that, they couldn't use
didn't
Rasengan.
Neji see
Gates?
chakra system
What?
in the clones?
Yes.
He did.
Yes.
He did, but the
Yes.
thing is, though, you can't forget that the gates cause pain to the user, so
Yeah,
they
they
use it
cause
and then immediately pop.
damage.
That's
Yep,
true as
that's
well.
what I
The
was
games
getting at.
would cause damage to the user. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
which
they
would
just
immediately
pop.
pop itself.
Yeah.
So yes, there is a consequence of it being completely useless to use with clones.
But anyway, look, the point is, right, especially when you take someone like Kakashi, who actively hated his fucking students,
Hmm.
right? At least for the first 3 months, 4 months, actively hated the student. Because, great, they gave me the only fucking Uchiha because of this fucking goddamn eye that I despise and all
Yeah.
the memories that it makes me relive every fucking time I use it. And look at this little shit. I got the third Hokage's fucking kid and some useless
What?
fucking bitch.
Fourth.
No, he
Hokage,
got his
sorry.
No.
sensei's kid.
Who's
fourth
worse than
Hokage.
his sensei and his wife in every way, like doesn't
Yeah,
match
the-
up
the rem-
skill-wise at all.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's just
And-
constantly comparing him to his parents, and that he's
Well,
failing
not
at.
just comparing him to his parents, but all of his actions remind him of Kushina, and he looks like Minato.
Yeah.
Which is a stab in the gut every single time. It's
But
gotta
yeah,
be.
anyway, the point is, he would absolutely send all of his, even if it took every
Yeah.
drop of chakra he had and left him unconscious,
Yeah.
fuck it, I'll send the Shadow Clone to do it.
And not only
Yep.
that, why aren't the Shadow Clones teaching the kids individually? Like, this is what I'm talking about. And when you introduce a power that you think is cool and great, and then you're like, also, yeah, everyone can use this power technically. It's like, okay, if everyone can use this power, and it's so blatantly fucking strong, why isn't everyone using the power?
Yeah.
Because
like,
then
shit.
we wouldn't have somebody individual who could use it.
Yeah.
Right, but again,
shit.
that's why
That's the
why
problem.
it's an author trap. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can't introduce things like mind palaces in Harry Potter and be like, oh, because I, as like a 6-year-old, crafted a mind palace, I'm like 3 times my age and maturity, and I'm super smart and never forget anything, and there's literally no downsides. It's like, okay, then why isn't every 6-year-old being taught this?
Yeah.
That's what I did
Who cares
like
if they
about.
only end up with double the development? I'm dealing with a 6-year-old for half the time.
Yeah.
That is what I did like about DPSW, where all of the kids, all of the noble kids, they all had that shit. That was
DPSW?
just standard. Dodging prison, stealing
Oh,
witches.
dodging prison, yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did like that, where they did all have that shit going on, and yeah, I did like that. But yeah, no, it's very much just it's an author trap to try and include a cool power for their character, and don't get me wrong, I'm here for it. Even if you want to do rule of cool as to why it works, I'm fine with that. It's just consider what you're doing though, and how that would kind of affect the story. You know?
And guess what? I'm gonna guess what? Gurren Lagann is fucking absurd. It has that exact issue.
Yeah.
But how did the writer solve the problem of why does only Simone use spiral energy? He doesn't.
Yeah.
Everyone does.
Everyone.
And it's not only that.
Simon just has more of a potential with spiral energy compared to everyone else.
Well, no, it's not even potential. It's quite literally spiral energy is fighting spirit, and Simone just had the lifestyle, the life experiences, the chain of events that crafted him and forged him into the sort of person that was capable of using spiral power to the extent that he was.
Yeah.
But if you look at it, you still see, what was it, Gino, whatever, the guy who becomes a fucking head?
Yeah, Genome, yeah.
Yeah. Use it.
He has buckets of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has more as the literal disembodied head than most of the human race.
Because he still has
Spiral energy is literally being spitefully stubborn and fighting against the universe. So, yeah, even a head could do that.
No,
Please never get spiral energy in your life.
My point is that the author said, this is a really cool power, but it doesn't make sense if we only let the main character have it. Solution? Let everybody have it.
Yeah.
And
Problem,
quite literally,
everybody has it.
I mean, and quite literally, it was literally the main character's protagonist energy, the spirit that is so
Yes.
embodied by main characters, that allowed the main character to literally triumph over everyone else who was using the exact same power as him, because the power's power itself is based on your fighting spirit and willingness to put everything on the line to keep forging forward. Yeah,
Like they
as
tried to
Kamina
replace
said,
him with a
I'm
couple of
I'm
kids,
still
and
not
it just didn't
sure
work.
what was
Yeah.
up with the hole in Genome's body that Simone's fucking drill key thing went into that
But
and
again,
pushed Spirology into.
it
yeah,
doesn't
it doesn't matter. Just cool.
matter.
Yeah.
That's the whole
No,
point.
it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It was cool. It was
Mm.
fucking weird, but it
But it
was
was cool.
cool. And again, like I said, the whole point of it was give the cool power to everyone,
Mm.
and
And
then
they did.
we solve our plot point
Yeah.
issue. The
Mm.
end. You know, if we were to rewrite the story of Naruto, right? You
The Leaf
start with
Village would just be destroying everyone thanks to that one jutsu,
Yes.
though.
yeah, they would literally never
Absolutely.
lose because okay, guys, it's time to go study your technique.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Kagebunshin.
Yeah, so it's just like it's very heavily flawed
Mm.
when you try and give your character powers that aren't unique, but they're like something that everyone else could technically use, but they don't.
But you make it
If-
only your character using it, yeah.
It's one thing if you're like, oh, you know, everyone can cast light, but I used cast light as a flashbang by setting it to maximum intensity and flashing people.
Why didn't anybody else do that?
Why didn't anyone else do that? It's actually quite simple. No one really connected it. It's
No one thought about it.
Because
very
fuck you, that's why.
Yeah, literally, it's very simple. No one thought about it until that point because no one had the life experiences to put two and two together at the point in time and where they would be thinking about Lumos. Because if you think about it, the older you get, the more reluctant you are to change things. And if you've always used Lumos as a flashlight and you're in your 25s and you had one day a thought of like, ah, God, the light's in my eyes, ow. You're not gonna go, ah, God, the light's in my eyes, ow. Oh, but what if I connected it with Lumos and then flashed people with it? Like, a vast majority of people are never gonna put those two together. But someone thinking about Lumos as they're learning Lumos and then walking out into the sun and going, ah, the light's in my eyes, I can't see. They would realistically and believably have a moment going, oh my God, what if I use Lumos as like a flashbang?
And you're telling
Alternately,
me that there
Dumbledore-
is a word in Harry Potter magic, Maxima, that makes everything at its strongest, like, supersized potential,
Yes.
and there's not one person that was like, how many spells can I use this with?
All of them.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
so you say-
another thing you have to
Maxima,
keep in mind
Expelliarmus
is
Maxima.
well, the other problem with Harry Potter, and this is completely J.K. Rowling's fault, is that we never had spells explained to us in a quantifiable way, and I don't mean in a numbers based way. I mean in a usability way. We're never really shown if people actually get tired after casting a lot of spells. We're not really shown if there's any downsides to casting Maxima on spells. We're not really shown these things ever, and it's not even really like hinted at ever because Harry Potter used basically only like 2 spells in the entire fucking series, and everyone else is doing like Avada Kedavra and Crustaceous and whatever shit. And so it's like, okay, they're either pain or in dead or they've been disarmed. There's not really a way to maximize that because they're already kind of the end extremes. It's like, oh, the Disarmus Maximus makes the wand fly farther away. It's like,
It literally disarms them.
Yeah.
It disarms everyone. Or Avada Kedavra Maxima. This kills the room.
Yeah. It's the whole thing is absolutely absurd, right? As an example, when you see something like I'm just going to use Overlord as an example, right? In theory, there's a cost to the Skeleton Man using Maximize on all of his magic, which is
Yes.
a theoretical
Mm.
mana cost. Now, we
Mm.
never see the effects of that because the whole point of the show and the book and the story is that I am the strongest, the bestest, the coolest. So even
Mm.
though he's using absurd amounts of mana, it doesn't matter. But in theory, there's a drawback.
Yeah, they do make a point
Somewhere.
of other people saying, wow, he just blew a lot of fucking mana. Holy shit, I can't even compare to how much mana he has.
Mm.
Like, that man or something, I think his name was, there was
Yeah.
literally a moment where a single spell cast by Ainz used more mana than Fluter had.
Yeah, and he was so shocked by it, even though Fluter was like the strongest mage in the entire nation at that point.
Entire world.
If I remember. Entire world?
The
Oh,
entire
fuck.
human
He was the
world, right? Yeah.
strongest human mage in the entire world.
Mhm.
But yeah, so quite literally, it was a moment. It lets you put into perspective what Ainz is doing, and that's a good thing to do when you're doing that sort of thing. And it's why we did it in Undying Scarab, where we have people who are more familiar with magic go, "Holy shit, Taylor, that was an absurd level of mana you just spent. Literally ludicrous levels of mana you just spent. What the fuck? How?"
Yeah. And again,
Um,
you could it's a great way to make your character special without them talking about how cool they are. When they
Right.
just do the thing and then someone else goes, "What do you mean you just did the thing?"
Yeah.
Yeah, the girl who just looked at Ainz and saw how much mana he had threw up and broke herself, right, Jin?
Yeah, and that was with the mana suppression ring on, I believe, too.
No, that's
Yeah.
after he took it off.
Oh,
That's
right,
after
Yeah,
he
okay.
took
that's
it off.
right.
Right.
The moment he took it off, she just mind broke. It was like, run, we're gonna die.
Alright, what
Um,
the fuck are you
oh,
guys
no.
reading today?
What's up, man? We're reading Harry Potter right now.
Oh no.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's one thing, and the other important part about this, right, is the Wright brothers were 20 to 30 years old when they invented flying. That's fine. In the real world, that's fine. But
Yes.
in a story, people unfortunately don't believe things as much as they happen in reality in a story. So you have to fit occurrences to the story. You have to have that moment where the kid figures out how to do something clever because the kid is supposed to be clever because he needs to be able to triumph over the adult who has more power than him by being an adult. So the kid in every story has to be more clever. They have to come up with some sort of fucking wild and wacky plan to succeed. And
Doesn't
so
need to be clever. As long as he's curious, you can kind of like build it like piecemeal, right?
right,
Yeah.
exactly. But my point is that they have to be. If you have the ability to cast Flashlight, the kid is going to be the one that comes up with the Flash Bang spell, and not the adult.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like if light lot.
Yeah,
If
kids
light
are dumb.
blind me, what if very blind?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
better
said
yet,
earlier.
Like it's like a part of it is correlation, and then there's experimentation, and then there's a result, right?
Right.
It's the same process even in writing.
Yeah, and Killionaire says, but kids are fucking stupid and clever backfires almost every time. You aren't wrong.
Yes, that is true, but kids are also cruel. So
But
if
you also
they
have to keep in
realize
mind-
that something can be
Yeah.
disruptive, they'll do it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So, and you also have to keep in mind that a majority of these stories are written for kids. The majority of stories written for adults are a little bit more grounded in reality. You used to, should I say, before the era of fan fiction, I guess you can call it. The era of published books, the books written for adults were more grounded mystery stories, more grounded fantasy stories, more grounded, the very down to earth. If it was a fantasy story and had magic in it, it was very down to earth. I remember reading the Drizzt books where they literally had two wizards competing while casting spells and killing people. And the wizards quite literally were mentioned pulling catalysts out of their catalyst pouch and doing like the weird funky dances to cast the spells. And like this was all very mechanical and described. And these were books for adults.
Yeah, but like the easiest example to give really as a comparative would be like if you look at like the adult side, you get like Sherlock Holmes. You can look at the kid side, you get Hardy Boys.
Right, and that's my point though, is that the kids end up being the clever ones, and the ones that come up with new creative ways to get ones over on adults is because in a lot of these series are meant for kids, and so obviously you want to make the kid the clever one, so the kid goes, yeah, that's right, I get one over on the adults, haha.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of ways you can justify it that works for adults too, but it's really hard if you're gonna come up with this thing and be like, yeah, this 6-year-old's capable of doing this, and yeah, no one's ever thought about it before now, even though actively, like, I am using, the techniques based off of canon to create it. It's like, wait.
See,
So
kids are impervious to the concept of plot armor and the Mary Sue.
Of
They are
course.
absolutely impervious to that. And as long as a story hits that balance between making the kids seem really smart and great and special,
Yeah.
and also not making him feel like, well, what a kid's version of Mary Sue is, which also has a lot more leeway,
Yeah.
it's gonna sell.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But we're talking about fan fiction where a common author trap is that they introduce a already canonical power into the story, but the main character just happens to use it in a super creative way that no one's ever thought about before now, even though the super creative way that no one's ever thought about before now is a blatantly obvious exploitation of the ability.
I feel there is something to be said about that, though. Sometimes authors do come up with certain ideas like that, but they also give just as much of a negative for it. Why did no one do this, and why can you do this?
Yeah, no, certainly, and that is the difference between being a good author and just trying to make your character OP because they're totally exploiting something that no one's ever thought of before.
Yeah, like for example, every Ruby story that I've read where like people have like an alternate use for aura.
Yeah.
There's only two ways it can go. One is, of course, the double-edged sword, aka instead of making myself defensively strong, I'm going to pour it all to offense.
Right.
Negatives being, I am going to die if I mess up once. Right.
Right.
That is something. Some will go even a bit further, saying, the body cannot hold that much soul, right? Like literally, my body is not able to repair the damage done by this extra aura, so I am actually internally hemorrhaging every time I move.
Because
right?
I did soul damage to myself and I can't fix
Pretty
myself.
much, yeah. The guy's giving himself a massive dot, right? So that's like a good way to do it. But the other people go like, oh, I layered the aura in like 32 like leaf-like layers to make it more defensive, to like the fucking impact of the bullet cannot make it through so many.
Nippon aura folded
And
10,000
it's real.
times.
Yeah.
No, like it's the same idea as like multi-layered armor, but like
Right.
he's applied to aura. And like somebody, like I fucking, there was one guy and like he did the work. He's like, yeah, dude, I'm using my aura in a honeycomb pattern because its strength is increasing. I'm like, oh, fucking shut up.
Yeah,
If
and then
that
as
could
as
be
as
done.
Slinchan here says, once you
Yeah.
uncork the genie of the power,
Exactly.
everyone's gonna see it and mimic the clever new spell, and
I actually
100%
read
exactly.
I actually read like a story like that yesterday, like last night, like just like in bed. I was reading this DXD story
Yeah.
about like this guy who like reincarnated a devil and shit like that. And he's like, hey, don't devils get like certain amount of power from contracts? What if I like just put my contract on the internet so people can contract me?
Oh,
and
I
that
think I
way
know that story. Yeah, that's pretty good.
it's called
The-
I Devil or something. But
Yeah,
like the thing is like
yeah.
this
Like-
concept, what originally I was like, well, if it's so simple, why then other devils like take this? But then he explains
They do.
that devils
They-
buy. No, they do. They don't fucking like post it on the internet. They don't do like
No, they do.
subscription services.
That's how Gasper does his contracts. That's
Mhm.
literally how Gasper does his contracts in canon.
All right,
just
that's
canon.
great then. And the other one was subscription service. He made his contract into subscriptions.
Yeah, that was pretty
And the
funny.
final one
That
was-
one's new. That one's
and
new.
Yeah.
he added some like the one part where I was like, okay, this is getting a bit much, is where he basically went like the contract stipulates I can use your sacred gear. Which, okay, I can make it so that, like, he can get the other person to use the sacred gear for them. No, he can use it. Like, he himself now has the sacred gear and abilities to use it just because he signed a contract.
Yeah, I mean,
You allow me to use your sacred gear.
no, I mean the problem is that the author does lay it out in a very explainable way, and it does make you nod along without breaking suspension of disbelief to a certain point.
Yeah, like, that's
Because
the part
the way
that
he
actually
explains it,
works.
yeah, right. The way he explains it to everyone
That's
else.
Musashi, right? On QQ. I don't.
No.
There was some guy on
Oh.
Fanfiction.
Yeah.
I'll send you the pic later. It's on my phone.
Basically, the way he explains it, his iHuman story is dog shit, which is completely
Yeah,
unfortunate.
that's the one I did not read. I read the
Oh yeah, that
iDevil
is
one.
It's
that
so
is
fucking
Musashi.
dog
That
shit.
is
Okay,
literally
okay,
Musashi.
yeah.
They on QQ they're called Musashi, and they've got iHuman, iDevil, iAngel, and all that. They've
Yeah.
also got
I'll be real though,
MHA.
I did not like the story too much because of other reasons, aka like how easily it gets wrong with Rios and shit like that. Like they are like there's some really bad characterization in this. So that's why I didn't like it.
Yeah.
But I could see like so I've always had this thing, right? That like why do the devils want humans when Azazel has already made a way to strip them of their sacred gear, right? And like everybody goes like, oh, because they can't have kids, because of this, because of that. But like I've always thought of it this way that like their technology and the devil's technology is exactly at the same level as humans is, right?
Yeah.
Hell legitimately has the same conveniences that are available on Earth, but this is an endless, like undying race of people. How are they not so much further ahead? And then it was like I need someone to like write a fic, or like at some point maybe I'll have the time where like it kind of goes over the whole thing that like industry came to fucking devils once they started reincarnating people. What
Right.
happened? They used to fuck, they used to battle, they used to play chess, right? And then like they started reincarnating some motherfuckers. They came to hell. They were like, "Is this really all you guys got? Let's have some business." And the
Either
great
that
prospecting of hell began.
But
Either that,
Yes.
or the devils always used magic for literally every fucking thing that they did. That reincarnated devils couldn't actually imagine how to do that without technology, so they just made technology.
Well, I mean, it's not just that they couldn't imagine how to do it without technology. It's that blatantly it pointed out that a lot of reincarnated devils, when they start off, compared to other devils, even if they had a decent amount of magic when they were human, have way less magic than other devils. Because all the other devils
Because
have
the
always.
other devils are older.
Well, not only just older.
Plus another thing, the devils don't need the money, right? They have
Right, yeah.
hordes and hordes, but like
but their sin is greed, so you know they obviously covet money even though you don't need it. But quite literally, the devils just by existing gain power because their power is imagination, and they're not real, so they have to spend imagination power to exist. But point being though is that the author explained the reason why he's able to use sacred gears through this contract magic is that contract magic originally was capable of taking someone's soul. So if someone can have their soul taken by the contract magic, then there is no logical reason why you couldn't stipulate in the contract that your soul can get used 3 times per day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
So it's like, well, that's a fair point, you know? I think it's stupid that this can happen, but this is technically canon extension,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Like, why did nobody think of this before? But
Yeah, it's one of those things again where the author introduces an idea and they don't mean to. They're kind of just introducing it as like a filler idea until they can get to the next arc, and so
Until they realize, wait, this breaks the entire world.
Well, it's not just they realize
Yeah.
this breaks the entire world.
Is, like, it kind of like builds up on itself so much that it kind of does. Because like if you think about it, right? If that like what I said were like humans coming and they brought business, they brought technology, they brought like all this fucking like in like new things there, right? At that point, Zekrom could literally be like the reason we like push these guys down is not because of us. It's because if they take over hell, if they become the next leaders, who do you think they're gonna go for next?
Well, yeah, sure, but it's also not just that. It's the fact that these devils that have lived for thousands of years are just miles above them in terms of strength. That if you're a culture that can't die and your entire existence is based off of the need to fight heaven, you're going to end up with a warrior-like culture, which means everyone's going to be fighting for their position in the hierarchy, which means you have
Yeah,
a
that makes
bunch of
sense for the
people coming
original,
in.
like, when the war was going on.
Right,
That makes
and then
sense
you have
now,
a
right?
bunch of well, the other problem is that their culture is basically going to be stagnant because
Yeah.
they live forever. So the people in power are always going to be the people in power until they die.
Yep.
Which is only going to happen
should
if someone
expedite
kills
that.
them.
In that case,
You
like,
also
okay,
can't forget that the Evil Pieces only started what 400 years in canon,
Mhm.
Yeah.
and the Civil War was what a bit before that, like 500, or was it 1,000 or something?
Wait. So the oldest the oldest reincarnated devil we know of, I think, is Okita Soji, right? Or is there somebody older than that?
Tannen? Maybe. I don't
Yeah.
actually know.
So, like, if we take Okita Soji, that's like
Like-
1800s, right? 1800s is basically when reincarnated devils were already being created, right?
For sure, yep.
So that happened after the Satans won like their civil conflict, because it was after that Ajuka became like the fucking
Yeah.
he became the
Beelzebub.
Satans, and
he,
then
cre-
like
he created it to re like birth their race's numbers.
Yeah.
because
after the
they
Civil
couldn't
War,
because
so-
they couldn't make kids. Yeah, like that was
Yeah.
like the thing. So after the Civil War, so at minimum the Civil War happened, and let's just assume like that he took like a lot of time to make the evil like pieces, because it doesn't seem like something you come up with overnight,
Well,
right?
we also know that it happened when, like, I don't know how this is in Devil Years, but Xerxes, Seraphol, and all that were young adults when the Civil War happened. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Because Xerxes wanted to actually be a musician, and the Civil War started. He didn't, if I remember correctly, he didn't actually join at
Was
the
it
start. He was
musician?
still trying-
Was the musician thing actually part of canon, or was that fan fiction? That's the question.
That was canon, I believe, where he wanted to be a musician.
I have no idea.
Because I
I
believe it was
don't.
part of like the Do Me a Wrong fanfic, is where like the whole
Yeah,
like,
I
he
don't
wanted to be a
really
musician
remember
came out.
him ever trying to be a musician in
Yeah.
canon, but I mean, it might have happened. I stopped reading it like volume 6, which so.
Yeah, because like a lot of like the post what do you call it? The post peace treaty knowledge thing, like that the fucking like thing they
Oh,
had in
that's
Rome.
Fanon, yeah.
Xerxes is a
No,
dedicated,
not
intelligent.
the peace treaty. The whatever the fuck they had in after whatever, what was his name? After Kokabeel was killed, they had that one meeting where like they were
Peace
fucking
treaty, yeah.
invaded. Yeah, thank you. That when that happened, that's where my knowledge of canon goes off the rails.
That's pretty much
I
where
know that there
everyone's
was-
knowledge of
Wiki-
canon stops.
Wiki says Xerxes is a dedicated and talented pianist since his youth, having once taught and guided a youth choir of devil children in singing nursery rhymes.
Okay.
He's also a skilled composer, having composed the music for the Oppi Dragon song, which was praised by the Greek god of music
Oh
Apollo.
yeah, fuck the Opie Dragon was a dude. Fuck man, like
He created
Yeah.
that song apparently. He composed
But
that
he's
song.
not a guitarist, he's a pianist.
No.
Yeah.
I just said musician. So
Okay.
I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, a lot
And that
of
he
them
was
went
trying
with
to
a
be a
guitar.
musician.
So
Yeah.
he was a pianist when he was a kid, right?
Yeah.
When
So I
was
think-
the piano invented?
Way too long ago.
Yeah,
It's
thousands of years
1600s.
ago.
So 1600s.
Yeah.
No, but there was also before then there was what was the fucking other, not a piano, but it was a fucking huge fuck off.
It's
one.
a harp.
Harpsichord?
Yeah, the
Right,
harp is much
Yeah.
older.
No,
that's what you're talking, like,
harpsichord is the one that says
Harpsichord.
It's a
yeah.
harpsichord. It's a piano, but it's harp strings instead. It's a different mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay, the eldest
Instead of
references
striking,
is
it's
in the
blocked.
late Middle Ages. So the harpsichord did about about
Like it
1400.
would actually make sense if his family were like into music and arty and crafty stuff. That if they kept track of musical instruments created by mortals and took
Yeah.
it for themselves to teach him.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it makes sense. Like the harpsichord was invented to like around like the 1400s, and then like in the 18th century it
Piano.
declined because the piano was getting more popular,
And was easier. Yeah.
and not even just the piano, the forte piano.
Right.
Yeah, but
course,
if I
then
remember
there's the
correctly,
organ.
Xerxes. I'm not sure if this was
Yeah.
canon or canon, but Xerxes, didn't he join after the Civil War already started? Because his family getting pushed to choose a side, so he went against the. warlike
No,
men?
as far as I'm aware, he was asked by one of the 4 to join.
Probably. I'm guessing it was the Duke, and then his best friend.
Yeah, probably. Like those two like close. So like by estimates, if we take it into like consideration that he's like a pianist, because at no point was the harp mentioned, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Mm.
Just because you play one, don't mean you can play the other.
That's
That's
fair,
the
yeah.
pianist, right?
No.
Sure.
So at the earliest, it has to be the 1600s.
Yeah.
And if we're talking about when it became popular, then we're talking the 18th century. So that's further down the line.
Yeah.
Now, if we take that into account, like Okita Soji was like what 1800s, then we can say the Civil War did happen between the 1700s and the 1800s.
Yep.
So it's
So it started around the time, according to DxD Wiki, Xerxes was 60 years old, about 500 years before Issei becomes a devil.
500 years before. So that means the piano was not invented, which means the
Which
harp was a new thing.
which means it was the
organ?
fucking harpsichord.
Yeah.
Could it have been a pipe organ?
No.
Pipe organs.
No?
No, not really.
You wouldn't call yourself a pianist if you played the pipe organ.
Yeah. So it was probably harpsichord that he was.
Which
trying to
I can sort of see calling yourself a pianist if you're like you basically translating. Oh, I'm a pianist, so
Yeah.
you don't have to explain what a harpsichord is.
Or even that he started with harpsichord, but then he decided he liked the sound of the piano more.
Well,
so he changed to that
I would
couple
say
centuries later.
it's more like you call yourself a flute player, but what you're really playing is like a deviation of the flute that has a lower, progression level.
An oboe.
Right?
Okay,
Yeah.
so
You call
so yeah, the
yourself a flutist
harpsichord-
still because it's just
yeah.
easier to tell people that you
Yeah.
played the flute instead
So
of trying to explain what
1500s
oboe
Oh
is.
shit! Apparently there's something called High School DxD 0, which is based around the Civil War. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, they try to do a lot of spin-offs.
yeah, none of them really caught on, right?
Yeah.
No.
Like the High School DxD itself was a fucking spin-off of the Slash Dog, where the fuck it was, right?
Yeah, more or
and
less.
Slash Dog was trash, if I
Yeah.
recall.
Which was
Slash
kinda
Dog
trash,
wasn't
yeah.
adopted, which is why he made High School DxD and then shoved Slash Dog into it.
Wait, the strength of the Civil War is Beelzebub Clan, Leviathan, Asmodeus, and the Six Houses of Lucifer versus everyone else, even the other 72 pillar houses. That's it.
Yeah, like
It
I think
wasn't
it was all the fucking pillar houses that turned against them, right? Because
Yeah.
Yes.
Zekrom Bale, he was like the main orchestrator of the whole thing, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was 3 of the houses, and then the 6 houses of
Although,
Lucifer.
and,
which
and
was the
another
most
fucking
huge.
bone I have to pick is like every single fanfic, like that deals with Zekrom Bale makes him feel like just like this like ultra like he's an evil fucking character while he's just trying
He
to
was
make
actually
sure the devil
apparently according
stay
to the
in
wiki.
leash.
Yeah.
Apparently to the wiki, he was the starter and creator of the anti-Satan faction.
Yeah, like dude, Zekrom Bale is like he's
one
a
of the
fucking
two
base
founders.
that
He was
Yeah,
one of
like
the two
if-
founders, along with House Agara as the second highest ranking house.
As far as my opinion on what Zekrom is supposed to be like, is I believe he is like the absolute atomized individualist of like devils deserve to be the peak amount of freedom so they can indulge in the most sin possible.
Yeah, like he
But not
wants,
overindulge
like,
that
he's
they destroy
basically like
themselves.
he's the ultra. Yeah, he's a what's the word for it, dude? What is your right called? Like the right wing? What's it fucking called? The conservative. Yeah,
Yeah.
He's super fucking conservative, and like the values of devil kind need to be there, but not too much because then we fucking destroy ourselves.
Yeah.
His entire thing is like because he was, from what I remember, like other than the fucking old devil faction, fucking king piece bullshit, like he was actually like, if you good enough, you can be a devil, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's a devil libertarian.
Yes.
Yes.
He is literally an ANCAP.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit, but
Me when someone tells me to pay taxes. No.
Indeed.
No.
No.
But yeah, so anyway, point being, reel it back in. So contracts, the reason why contracts weren't exploited is because contracts were just introduced as a reference to the devil contracts of the, late European era biblical shit. And so they were introduced as a sole thing of just including that until Issei could get a justified training arc to make him stronger and no longer need to mention the contracts ever again, which is exactly pretty much what happened. It was brought up in the future in DxD only as gags. It was never brought up again as a power gaining method. It was never mentioned as a reason as to how Issei was gaining power. It was never exploited as a power gaining method, even though the character of iDevil took contracts to the logical extreme, which, to be fair, a lot of people who are devils wouldn't really try and game the system. It would be more like, we get a little. Yeah, like they both have the mindset of I'm gonna live forever, so there's no need to make me lose out on a potential contract by asking for too much.
When the time scales are infinite, really, like ambition just is not.
And then on the flip side, the people being reincarnated were previously humans and are going to have a human morality and would also probably try and not push for too much out of people. And yeah, you would have the occasional person who would be exceedingly greedy, but they tend to self-correct by dying.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Like a very big thing is like the human mentality, right?
Right.
We are not long-lived creatures, so our ambition is also always almost
the thing
like,
is,
yeah.
The thing is, you say we're not long-lived, but compared to other animals, we're pretty long-lived to some of them.
Sure,
like,
but
we evolved.
No.
The
thing that you're forgetting is the human mind is physically incapable of pondering infinity.
Yes.
I mean that, right? We are not creatures built to ponder the infinite. We cannot.
Well, not only that, we're also not creatures really built to imagine beyond 5 to 10 years at most.
Yes. Like the thing is, for us, our what do you call it? Our ambition is always almost paired with impatience.
Yeah.
At least to a devil. To them, they're like, "Oh yeah, dude, your plan, you could easily do this in 100 years." The human will be like, "100 years? I got like 4 at best, bro."
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but again, right? The thing that people forget is that look at some of the greatest plotters and planners in human history, and their schemes spanned decade. 2 decades.
Well, yeah, but
and to the devil, that's nothing.
And the reason why,
that's exactly my point.
Yeah,
is it was a decade, 2 decades.
Yeah.
And they were considered the greatest plotters and planners specifically because they saw and planned farther ahead than most people did. So by the time that most people started to catch on to any plans or plots they had, well, it was really kind of too late to stop them because they've already been going on for 10 to 20 years already at this point. So the thing though with that is that specifically the mindset of a majority of the reincarnated devils would put them in a position where they wouldn't be trying to exploit the system like iDevil does. And the devils who would be in a position to exploit the system like iDevil does wouldn't have the mentality to take advantage of it.
It was a very big possibility that because this person is trying to do so much in a world where everybody's so stagnant, they would be caught on to very fast and either told very nicely, "Boy, don't get too big for your britches," or killed.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is a reincarnated devil going around and being like, "Oh, if I could just use everyone else's sacred gears," and then going around to a bunch of sacred gear users and getting a contract placed with them, yeah, they would get fucking off really goddamn quickly.
Which
because
is
they'd
actually
be like,
a thing he did right in the fic, because he only ever revealed it to... Well, actually, he did reveal it to somebody. That's the worst part. Like, he shouldn't have done that. But yeah, he did reveal it, but only to very few people.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that like if you're trying to use this power to gain up a bunch of powers, and then you try and make high class devil using these sacred gears, you're gonna get fucking off. You're gonna get you'll be, "Oh, great job, buddy! Come into this back room here, and we'll give you your new chess pieces," and you fucking get ganked.
Yeah,
it's like that one fucking guy who was,
now. I want to say you could take your story in an opposite direction. Bring your character in 100, 200, 300 years before the events of the main story. Give them the time.
Sure, yeah, give them the time to naturally,
to a devil mindset. No. More importantly, like you were saying, acclimate to the proper mindset of, I'm not going to die.
Yeah.
Or
Uh,
at least until I do something really stupid, I'm not going
But
to.
my point being is the contracts aren't an authorial trap in the way that a general power that is somehow exploited into impossible OP-ness is. The devil contracts were another authorial trap that a lot of people fall into, and where they include a seemingly innocuous thing into their story to explain another seemingly innocuous thing, or as an explanation as to how the character needs to train to get stronger. Oh, Issa, you don't have a lot of magic power. You need to do thousands of contracts so you can gain 1 mote of magic power, so you can slowly build up your magic power. It's like, all right, fine. Also, he can train it. So they did also mention that you can, in fact, train your magic power pool, and you can increase that shit.
It's just no one does. They just lays around.
Well, no,
It's
no,
like- it's
everyone.
not what nobody does.
It's not that no one does, but when you are a spoiled devil and one of your sins is sloth or one of your sins is gluttony, why would you spend time training when you can just sit around eating or sleeping? Or
Yeah, plus it gets worse because the thing is a lot of these like lord like fucking like let's say like what's that fucking Firebird's name? I forgot his fucking
Phoenix.
name. The
Right.
Phoenix guy. Yeah,
Rise
like
Rise for
Rise
Phoenix.
yeah, Rise of Phoenix, right? For example, him, right? Like, oh yeah,
Rise
I'm
of
born.
Phoenix, yeah.
I've already been given high, like I'm a high rank devil, right? I'm
well,
nobility.
and it's not just I'm a
Why?
high ranked devil and I'm nobility. It's I'm a high ranked devil who has the power of infinite air quotes regeneration. It doesn't matter how many times you stab me, I'm gonna regenerate anyway. So what's the point in me getting better at hand to hand combat? I just
Yeah.
have to get lucky once. You have to stab me 3,000 times.
Yeah, that.
Irish car bomb,
Like-
baby.
And,
There's, but that's like the major thing, right? That kind of like the DXC world. I feel like the thing that author has done is any fiction you write in the world which is even remotely competent is probably going to be more fun to read than what he's written.
Yes.
Mm.
It's like the Worm. It's like Worm actually. Like it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Worm is just grimdark My Hero Academia. So
More or less.
Yeah, but they're the same quality of writing as well.
Yeah.
yeah,
Oof.
Yeah, it's
Am
kind
I
of
wrong?
disrespectful to Worm.
You might? Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no respect for My Hero Academia. One of the things about My Hero Academia is it constantly sends the message of everyone needs to work together for the greater good, and it's all about teamwork and shit. And you know what? You know
My
what's
Hero
never
Academia.
fucking shown in My Hero Academia? Fucking teamwork.
Teamwork.
Bro, my favorite thing about My
Yeah.
Hero Academia is that one part where like that the fucking hero who's based around genes repairs Bakugo's heart with.
Oh my god. Of all the
Yeah.
ways you could do that.
And
No,
He's
then-
not
got,
just
he's got a
genes.
chart. Oh no.
yeah, and
Oh,
like,
curse.
but no,
And
like,
the chart is made of
like,
someone else that folds himself.
like My
It's
Hero
the
Academia
human
came
chart.
like My Hero Academia came out around the time where like I was actually fucking popular on the side, and if I was to keep that popularity, the biggest part would really be to like pivot to My Hero Academia story, right?
Oh hey, look, there's a baby. Oh hey,
Baby
you know
all for
what
one.
would be great right now?
This is what I brought up
A dead
last
baby.
week. This is what I brought up last week.
I
of
am
Hydrogen
going
Bomb
to
versus
summon
fucking
the
baby.
greatest hero of all for this very moment. Come
Oh
forth,
no.
Hazel Child Beater.
Oh no.
You know what? This is what I was talking about last week of Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb. They've
Yeah.
showed off Bakugo next to Baby all for one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally
But, like,
coughing
but, like,
baby versus hydrogen bomb.
Just to finish off like that tangent I was on earlier. So like
Yeah.
the very basic thing I could have done to like maintain that popularity was like I would just like just literally I could just write Naruto and fucking My Hero Academia and fucking instant success, right? That was
Oh yeah,
literally like the
100%,
fucking cinematic,
1000%,
right, you know?
yeah.
But then I watched My Hero Academia. I'm like, wow, they're out here just sexualizing kids, huh?
Oh yeah, that too.
Yes. Yes.
Which is very
So does
weird.
the entire
'cause
fan-
I-
yes, and
like,
and the fandom
yes.
took after that and does it the entire time
Dude,
as well.
it is wild because like they just normalized it, and I'm just like, y'all, that goes 14.
If My Hero Academia had any balls,
Welcome
they
to
would have
Japan.
had Bakugo have a fall from grace right at the start and try and kill
Yeah.
Izuku for getting into UA when he didn't. and then they would have taken it from there, where Izuku finds friends and blah blah blah, and they rise up together as a unified force. And quite literally, this is the funniest shit. Is of oh yeah, One for All is about peace, and everything's about teamwork here, and we're all supposed to help each other. Also, we're gonna have several arcs where you compete against each other. We're gonna have several arcs where you're all split off alone, and Izuku is the only one able to fight off the enemies. We're gonna have several arcs where none of you ever fucking work together. It's
Oh,
just
and we're
like-
gonna have the Darkness dude go berserk and have to have the only sense of teamwork being
Also,
Bakugo and the
that
Fire dude.
one guy,
Fire Ice dude.
yeah.
that one fucking like villain, like the main one, Tomura fucking.
Murata,
Yeah,
Tomura,
he's
yeah.
One, which one?
Like my favorite thing about him is the fact that he has plot armor thicker than diamonds. So that
Yeah.
shit is crazy.
It's crazy.
I've never
Yeah.
seen any villain,
Well, not
including
anymore,
like
because he's
Dragon Ball Z villains, have that kind of plot armor.
Not anymore. His body got taken over by his sensei, All for One. He got body snatched.
Yeah,
He's gonna come back. He's gonna come back.
probably.
He
Not
will
only
have-
did
This
he
is-
died
this is
3
how-
separate times, and he's like,
yeah,
no.
this is
Yeah.
this is how Deku's gonna save him instead of killing him like his grandmother asked him to by defeating All for One and freeing his soul.
Oh, gamer, he's dead.
yeah, but
no,
his
they
soul,
confirmed. No, he's
but
dead.
his quirk is in All for One, which means his soul's in All for One, so he
Yeah.
can still save his soul.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that's the thing, right? Like it is going to happen. You know it, I know it, and it's legitimately still like. So my favorite thing about My Hero Academia is like the fact that it fell from grace. That and Rising of the Shield Hero are the two animes I'm very
That's so
happy fell
fucking
from
funny.
grace. Because fucking Rise of the Shield Hero started with the fucking like the starting was like that like entire jump scare of oh they actually did that, maybe this will go somewhere, and then Turtle season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And
see,
yeah, that's
the
major
thing with
drive, right? Like,
the
these
thing with
days-
My Hero Academia and its main flaw is that it was trying to be the next Naruto, but also at the same time, the author wanted to have a political commentary about the modern state of Japanese legal system.
Yeah.
And then he
And-
also wanted to rip off Marvel and DC.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wanted it to be the next Naruto, but he wanted to use Marvel and DC as the basis for the powers. But he also wanted it to be a political commentary about the modern state of Japanese judicial system. And
I just feel that
it
like
didn't
he
work.
needed to do that in a way because, like, the thing is, right? A story like Naruto today would not have.
Oh, I'm wrong. It's one extra. Apparently, they found another person.
what do you mean?
Bakugo's death.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's great. But like, yeah, what I'm saying, like, a
14,
story like
not 13.
Naruto today would just not work, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's
That entire like
But
shonen
like-
catalog. The problem is like there was a core like the reason like not like the big three. Let's just put it that way.
I don't know.
Bleach,
Naruto is
Naruto-
still popular right now.
Yeah, Naruto.
Boruto
Like,
is-
no, I'm saying Naruto is popular right now because of legacy. If it had started today, it would not. be.
No, people are defending the Boruto manga, but they all admit that the anime is fucking horrible with how much filler it's got. To get to chapter 22, it took them 187 anime episodes.
That's crazy.
That is actually
Jesus.
like bro, that's like Bleach.
Yeah,
It's worse
that's like
than Bleach.
It
that,
is.
that's like,
Like, they defend the manga, but they all Boruto fans admit that the anime is a
Like,
horrible adaptation.
At least like I personally feel that like Naruto as a story would just not have worked anymore. Like we are the schizo generation. Like, we're at a point where like you know like the biggest thing right now is like Jujutsu Kaisen, right?
that's
and they've
fair.
been the same combat arc for like
Yes.
That's
God knows how
fair.
many fucking chapters, right?
Well, they're
There's-
done with
like-
that. They're on to the
like,
next
and-
one, so.
And
Huh.
the did fucking Sukuna like get defeated finally or some shit?
Almost, no, but now you got someone else in Gojo's body. They literally transferred over their fucking brain.
Oh,
like
they
Vegeta
had to.
does.
That's
Oh, of
so
course,
dumb.
yeah, why
Future is
not?
now in Gojo's body. He's got the system and
what?
everything.
No,
But like it was so
okay.
fucking wild at that point. It was literally like watching like a Royal Rumble. It's literally a Royal Rumble, right? Who's gonna be in next?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just happy Toto's back with a fucking wooden clapper. That's great.
But that's it, like this kind of like so people love escalation and stuff, right? And
Sure.
Dragon Ball Z, I think, originally blew up just because it was constant fucking like just like the scales would just keep going up, right? And like that was fun, right? Which is and it still kind of holds true, but let's say like in the amount of time that it took fucking Goku to go from Kaioken to Super Saiyan, in the fucking new one, Dragon Ball Super, he
He
went
goes from blue to Ultra Instinct like
no
fucking-
red to blue to Ultra
Yeah.
Instinct.
like instant.
Yeah. It's approximately the same amount of episodes, and that's the wildest thing, right? The attention span of people and their like need for like
Mm.
that constant escalation has just gone up. And to me, Jujutsu Kaisen is just like the fucking pinnacle of that, right? The way this fucking like the Shibuya incident played out, it's just escalation. Oh, now the strongest are fighting. Oh, now what? What's gonna happen, right? Literally every
Now
5
they're
or 6
gang up.
chapters, somebody else was fighting him, right?
You know what? I'll give MHA fans this. They can no longer say that Izuku is copying All Might because he doesn't have arms to punch with anymore.
My brother got the black whip though. Fucking they named it the black.
Damn. I mean, it's just like this is what I'm talking about, though. It's like it's just so fucking boring. MHA is such a poorly written story
It is.
because, like, again, the powers were like biological, and now they're like actually souls, and it's like question mark, and then how does All For One take it? Oh, he takes the people's souls now, but like they're still alive, but it's like.
Chunks of
He
their
puts
souls.
someone else's soul into someone else so they can
fuck,
have
dude, this
powers.
reminds me. Another very big thing about like fucking what's it called, Jujutsu Kaisen, is the fact that I have actually never read it. I've only like seen the anime to like the first season's end, right? But I can keep up with the story from like singular posted fucking memes in various chats.
And on Twitter and chats, yeah.
And that is something I feel Naruto does not have.
I'll have you know, I learned the entirety of Worm and Game of Thrones off memes. And
Dude,
fucking
I've still not read all of Worm. I've only read till like.
I haven't read chapter 1. I haven't even read chapter 1 of Worm.
I have read till where have I read till? I read till after the Leviathan thing when like they were like doing the whole like, recovery thing and all. That's how far I've read because I'm like, yo, this is just boring at this point.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah.
But no, it just MHA is just a terrible fucking story. I don't know if Naruto done today would be any different. I think personally, I think Naruto
is also like a lot of nostalgia, and like you see, every time you write a Naruto crossover, and this is something that like I discovered like after because I did not watch Naruto until I'd written 4 stories for Naruto, right? So I watched Naruto and realized, wait, for the majority of the series, all the way till he gets Sage Mode, he's actually the most underpowered character.
Yes.
Every time.
Yeah.
He's not
And
the
then he
fucking
gets Sage-
superhero world killing
and then-
thing.
Yeah,
like,
and
people
then it
have-
goes Sage Mode, and then it escalates so fucking
No,
hard.
and the funny thing about the Sage Mode was when he got Sage Mode, he still got his ass handed to him, and Kurama had to bail him out.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. What do you
To be
mean
fair, he
by
got
it,
close.
like,
He got
fell
very
from
close.
grace? Out of curiosity.
What?
What do you mean by fell from grace? You mean it just stopped being popular, or just like fell off?
It fell off.
It fell off, especially with Boruto.
I was
No,
gonna
we're
say,
talking
it
about
no longer
MHA.
being.
Oh, MHA,
Okay.
no, yeah, that fell off. That fell off.
How about My Hero Academia, like just viewer numbers per season and everything? It's like by Crunchyroll statistics.
Oh, I don't
Yeah,
give a shit about that.
100% raw. I saw a massive decrease in the amount of people talking about, making memes of, and generally paying attention at all to My Hero Academia. The people that used to fucking rave about it would just they stopped talking about it.
Dude, the biggest fall off though is Demon Slayer by far. The biggest.
Demon Slayer's done.
That's because Demon Slayer ended.
Oh, it
Yeah,
did finish.
no. I'm literally talking about.
The
I'm
anime's not
literally
getting as
talking.
much help. Like literally, the newest season didn't that just recently release, or it's coming
Yeah, it's
out?
like that's how I got. Like I went on to Crunchyroll. The first thing I saw was Demon Slayer, right? And no, it's not even like it's over, right? Like when Parasite's over, still getting new shit. Parasite over before any of us were born, and that shit's still getting new content, right?
Fair.
I'm talking about stuff like Demon Slayer died after its first fucking season. After like that train movie came out, everybody was like, "Oh, that's great," but less and less people are talking about
As
it.
soon as the Sound Husband Pillar dude defeated that demon moon with the blood sickles and had that huge fight, everyone was thought, "Oh, it's not."
No.
That
That specific fight brought people back. At that point, the Twitter discourse over it almost completely died because when it originally came out with like that fucking, it was Ufotable that did the animation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so hard carried by that fucking animation. That,
was.
And like a very big tell for me that like a fandom is dying is seeing just how few like they'll always have like that burst in fanfiction activity and then it'll taper off, right?
Yeah.
And Demon Slayer got like 1,000 plus fakes over the course of like 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's still at that 1,000 something.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point of fan interaction. I just think the main issue with Demon Slayer is that they kind of teased that it was supernatural, and then they also teased that it wasn't supernatural.
And then it outright got said, no, that's not supernatural. You're just all seeing shit. It's just
They're
all
just doing
bullshit.
that. They're like just imagining.
Yeah, and then they finally made
It's
the
stylistic
declaration that
eventually.
it's all stylistic and that none of it's actually happening, and it's
Yeah.
kind of just like, oh, so it's just really boring then. Okay, got it, cool.
Mm.
Yeah. None of
Like-
this is happening. Well,
Like these
fuck
days,
off.
right? Like
That's boring.
because of like how fucking like tight like this entire industry has become, especially for anime. Like it's now that like a lot of these like older concepts that have been done before but are now done in like a better way are becoming more popular, right? For example, like not even like don't even look at anime, like look at like manhwa, like the Korean part, right? You remember The Gamer? Like so many fucking fics for it, so many things from it, just built the
Yes.
system, right? Then Solo Leveling comes in, completely concatenates that system into like something that's a background of the entire thing, right?
Yeah.
It does not bring it to the forefront ever. The fucking character does not take 150 chapters to become barely a character,
Yeah,
and bam, it's the biggest fucking manga to ever come out of fucking Korea.
sure.
Yeah.
It's not
That's
even a
the-
fucking good manga. It's
It's
just
not even, exactly, that's the biggest thing. It's not good. It's just hype. And
Yeah.
sometimes that's all you need. That's like
Meanwhile, Demon Slayer is like a fucking airheaded woman, pretty to look at, but very, very stupid.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
and
more or
here's the
less,
problem.
yeah.
They also went out and said, well, it's not real, except what about the demons?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's the
no,
only supernatural
like, no,
thing.
see, that's
No,
the
no,
thing,
they,
though,
they said
is,
like see,
no.
they said it was like caused by medicine, right? It was like that one fucking flower, right?
Plants,
No,
nature.
but it's a very like I said before when I gave this diatribe about Demon Slayer, is that if it's not real, there's a lot of ways you can explain a lot of it. Demons are murderers, and they committed a sin of murder or cannibalism. And Nezuko is a murderer in that some guy came in and basically was like, kill your family or like I rape your mom. And so
And then he
Nezuko's
killed the
like,
mother
okay,
afterwards.
I gotta kill my family then. And so Nezuko has this whole fucking mind break about it. She's a murderer, and a wandering samurai comes along, sees that she's a murderer, and goes, I gotta put down the murderer. And, then their quest to kill Muzan is actually a quest to redeem Nezuko and prove that she wasn't, willfully murdering people, that actually in the end she is rejecting this. Basically, she's pleading innocence, not guilty.
But is that like the actual explanation, or like, is that like just fan?
This is me saying there are ways
It can be
of
this, yeah. Oh yeah, okay. That
of
makes sense.
describing the story, because because they did come out and say that all of the really awesome art that made you want to watch the story was just fake, and that all of it's in your head, and that basically everyone was everyone was being chuny and imagining this sort of stuff, like, oh yeah, he's got a super swift blade strike, so it's got lightning effects to it. And actually, it doesn't have lightning effects to it, even though it shows the lightning affecting things during the fight.
That
Yeah.
fucking
Guys, explain how that motherfucker came back from just a head.
Yeah, so, but like I said, you can. There's a significant portion of it that's very metaphorical. The murderers flee the light. It's not so much that the murderers flee the light. What they're actually fleeing is the guards that will start patrolling when the light comes out. There's a bunch of ways you can turn the illustration into metaphorical and symbolic representations of things. Why does the demon corpse exist? Actually, it's basically a group of vigilantes who are going around putting down murderers.
I mean, you could say it's a remnant. It was a remnant of the Shinsengumi.
Literally as a remnant of Shinsengumi. Why did they have all of these styles? They were trying to keep tradition alive in the face of modernization. Why were these kids
dying? It really fucked with
dying?
me that Demon Slayers was at like in 1910s, just before World War I or something.
Yeah,
That really fucked with me. I
it was
thought
at
Demon
that
Slayer was...
cusp.
Yeah, it
No,
was
no,
literally
like,
that
that's the
samurai
biggest thing
shit.
because
Yeah.
the thing is they never dealt with like the actual ruling governing bodies, which is also like a thing that could add to your fucking
Like
diatribe.
that
Because like,
that fucked
like
with me. I thought it was
if
a
something
lot
this
like
big
Uh,
was happening,
I,
yeah,
there's some stuff that still can't be explained. Like
there is no like
the,
as I
the,
told
fi-
how
the
the
final
one came back from my head, right?
the final fight
Yeah.
in the train movie
Yeah.
where the punch demon punched out the gut plug of your boy Rokuro and then cut his own arm off, and now he's got a giant hole in his stomach with the
Yeah.
arm still in it.
The boy found a gun.
That was
That's
exaggerated.
it's a
Yeah.
little.
I mean,
Well, I mean, here's the
The
smartest thing
hand
they
is
could
a
have done.
metaphor for the bullet.
yeah.
The smartest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you know
can say
what?
a lot of
I think he
things.
did call them bullet punches, so that might actually be what it was.
Yeah, quite
See,
literally, like I
W.
said,
Jersey,
Yeah.
you can explain
Hey,
it all. It doesn't
bro
have make
was-
sense. Just
bro
for
was
some people to be like,
strolling
I can
around
see
with a-
that.
No, bro was strolling around with a blunderbuss in Japan.
Yeah.
I mean, it
Yeah,
could have been,
yes.
it literally could have just been a shotgun. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot you could turn into symbological stuff. Like obviously, demons are murderers. Obviously, they may or may not have done cannibalism, and that might have been the whole thing when the murderer Nezuko was presented to the Shinsengumi, is that they were like, all right, well, you hear some blood. Maybe if she'll be overcome by her cannibalistic urges, and it'll prove that she is clearly a murderer.
It doesn't even have to be that far. It could literally be like she like turned herself in, right, in a way. Which is like the idea of like her brother went to Shinsengumi. She
Right,
they
but
went like they basically go like you aren't really like you aren't the demon you vilify yourself to be. But
I mean,
her
this is-
self persecution is
this is
why
some-
like she's
well, I
still
mean,
doing
but
it.
here's the other thing: is you could also take that Nezuko is actually just a metaphor, in that Nezuko did die, and that the symbology of the brother carrying her around on his back is him carrying her legacy around, trying to prove her innocence in the end, so she can rest.
Well,
or
there's
the
just
author
one
said
slight
something really
problem
fucking stupid.
with
Yeah, I
that.
was gonna say,
Yes,
regardless of
I
what
know.
this fucking discourse
And
is,
my
this
point
is so
is that you can
Yeah.
explain
Well,
it in
Like
both
you don't
directions.
like it doesn't even have to make full sense as
Yeah.
long as it gets somebody going.
Metaphorical,
enough.
symbological, yeah.
I mean, the smartest thing the author could have done was just shrug his shoulder when someone
The
asked him that
smartest
question.
thing he could have done was absolutely shrug his shoulders. The second smartest thing he could have done was just said, "Man, UFO table is something else, isn't it?"
Yeah,
That would have
like-
been,
like-
you know what? That would have been fine too.
He literally gonna be like, "Damn, boy, that looks sick," and just walk off.
Money well
Isn't the
spent.
thing that UFO table creates amazing?
Like, he just turns out and goes like, "This is gonna make me so much money, guys."
Right. It's yeah. It's again, But yeah, as I said, it died in the first season. There's a lot of factors towards why it died. The amount of time it took to make a second season. The fact that the series itself finished before the fucking second season was even made, and so a lot of people sort of just read the story and then lost interest in watching the anime.
Yeah.
The third reason is that they were no longer locked in their homes anymore, and they actually had to go back to their jobs.
Yeah.
The fourth reason is that the position of a big three was not open, and the fact that the series was too short to
Do we even
be
have a big three anymore?
One Piece.
But that's the big one.
One
I guess.
Piece.
But it could also be a big 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Considering how many episodes are we at now?
29,000. It doesn't really fucking matter. Point being, though, is that the era of the big three is over, and they're not looking for replacements, and the people and how they watch and consume manga / anime has changed significantly, and the opportunity
1,105.
the opportunity for Demon Slayer to have ever taken on such fame as even a fraction of Naruto is not there anymore.
Yeah, but like I think like the
Well,
biggest
look at
like
it.
nobody's now allowed into a big three moment happened when that one anime came out trying to really copy like what made the big three different, which was consistency. What was the fucking name? Black Clover or something? I
Black
forgot?
Clover, yeah.
And that shit never made it. Like, it was trying so fucking
The
hard.
fairy
It tried
tale
very
knockoff.
hard. It was
Yeah.
really
It was
fucking
trying
bad.
so fucking hard. I'm like,
Yeah.
bro, you pandering to the wrong people. Those guys are still gonna read that shit.
Yeah. No, Black Clover was again one of those instances of they tried it with Railgun and Index, and Railgun was just infinitely more interesting. Index
Yeah.
was so fucking boring, and it's the same way with every sort of these stories where it's like, oh, there's magic in the world, except the main character has an anti-magic hand, and he's gonna use his
Yeah,
anti-magic
they're
hand
nullified.
on literally everything, and it's gonna be a fucking gimmick that every single fight
The fucking
is just gonna turn into him hitting them with the anti-magic hand.
Dude, like, that's the thing, right? The writer probably feel like so, like, dude, my concept is, in a world of magic, what if a guy was the non-magic? And then he just starts writing and he goes like, oh, I didn't realize he would be so boring.
Yeah.
Because what can he do? Oh, he just kind of stops other people's magic.
Yeah.
That's his thing.
And but the thing is, though, is because he stops other people's magic and he stops their special abilities, every single fight just turns into he gets his shit rocked, and then he touches them and turns off their ability, and then he beats them up because now they're on his level.
Fucking accelerator, dude.
Yep.
Like, it's just
It's literally just over and over again. It's just the same fucking thing over and over
and
again.
that's the thing, right? Like, that's the problem with like for example, there was this very competently written Jujutsu Kaisen fucking fanfiction I read on, I think Royal Roll, I don't remember where I read it, but it was legitimately the guy's power was infinity and null, right? So infinity was Gojo. He was basically born like around Gojo, but like not given the same benefits in the clan as Gojo was, but his power was null, right? And like the guy wrote like 4 or 5 chapters till literally in Alteron he realized I didn't realize that writing this character would be so boring. So I'm quitting this.
Yeah.
Last
Yeah.
updated like 8
Wow.
months ago.
Yeah, it's the same thing as when I was trying to write the fucking
kind
worm
of the
story.
same reason. Yeah,
Was
no,
that the one
it's-
with the 10 shadows that kept mistaking them for Pokemon? Or am I thinking?
I have no idea.
No, you're thinking-
You're probably thinking of a
His
different
power
story.
was legitimately just null. AK, like when a technique was used against him, he could just turn it off.
Right.
Ah,
And like it was even well explained, like like the whole reverse curse flow thing, which they only really keep for healing. His gimmick was legitimately that he could not use normal curse energy at all, but reverse curse energy he was very good at. So they thought he would become a healer, but he always wanted to be like his elder brother, like his elder, like fucking, like he always compared himself to Gojo because they were in the same clan, but he was relegated to
Yeah.
like a failure, right? And like at a point he developed like a counter to infinity, which is basically like, hey, nothingness, right? His domain expansion was literally just black void.
Well, I mean,
And
that's why I thought the strongest healer mage was actually an interesting-ish story.
See, that's so another really big issue I have, and like there's something I face, which is why like so when I wrote Metempsychosis, right, I made
Right.
Naruto too powerful. And
Yes.
at a point I realized I've run out of fucking enemies, right?
Yes.
And I realized I could create new enemies, but the amount of work that would take and the amount of
Yeah.
work I would need to flesh that enemy out now is going to be so much that I'm just not going to do it. And the funny thing is, my AI fell into the same fucking hole. Right now, John's too powerful.
Yeah, but you just have an AI write it for you.
No, that's the beauty,
Yeah.
right? So you know like the AI thing. So recently, Novel AI got upgraded. It can create characters now.
Oh god.
it's creating
no.
OCs.
God
It can
have mercy
create
on us
OCs.
all.
No, the first OC made literally had 2 different eye colors. So I was like, oh great, it drives like a 13-year-old.
Fantastic. 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, that's what happens when you feed it a bunch of 13-year-olds writing.
Dude, it is wild. I mean, that's what the Omega story I fed it was probably from a 13-year-old.
But yeah, but point being though is that like these fucking stories they don't have the ability to match what used to be done. They aren't in the position. We aren't teenagers anymore. We don't have 1,000 hours to throw away following a series forever. We now have 30 minutes to throw away to follow a series forever, which just so happens to be One Piece because it's the only one left.
Yeah.
Which I don't do.
Like how far did you guys make it into One Piece? 'Cause
I
made
mean,
it to,
I'm
like,
still reading it.
No, here's the thing.
I made it 3
I
I
episodes in.
never fell down the One Piece hole. Like I have to be very clear. I never fell down the
I
One Piece
tried.
hole.
I tried
I
to. I
watched-
made it to the bunkhouse.
I made it to 3 episodes in and then said, "Wow, these people
I'm
look
still
ugly."
reading up to the current day, but I'm not watching the anime.
That's
even
fair.
though
I could not.
Oh
watch
no, the anime is garbage.
I
Don't
watch
watched
the
the
anime.
early episodes, and I'm like, this was animated in a fucking PowerPoint presentation.
Well,
What the fuck am I
apparently they're
fucking
they're
watching?
making One Piece Brotherhood, so we'll see how that is.
Yeah,
No,
the anime
what?
right now is bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they're
rebooting
starting
One
from
Piece.
episode 1 again.
Yeah, they're rebooting One Piece's anime
While-
because they
while
realized
continuing the
their
current
pacing was
one.
dog shit.
Oh,
Yeah, well, they're also
God.
still continuing the current one.
Of course they are,
So,
but it's
Yeah,
too
like
much
the
money.
Current ones for the
Mm.
super fans. The new ones to get new people in.
Yeah,
Because
Uh,
I legitimately know like people who got their parents to sit down with them and watch like two people only. But like, they got their parents to sit down with them and watch the One Piece live action because it was on Netflix.
oh Jesus Christ.
And one of their parents was like, "So like, how far further is the actual story going?" He's like, "Oh,
Oh,
boy,
yeah,
you're looking for some content."
don't ask that question.
Yeah, no, that's
But now,
terrible.
now apparently it's like their cute weekend thing. Like it is like after like they're on the work weekend, so they'll stay in bed and watch One Piece.
That's fair enough, I suppose.
All
They're
right.
fucking 50.
Hey, you know what? If it's like a
Mm.
fuck it, if it's a family bonding
Hey,
thing,
clearly they should start with the first episode of One Piece, the 1998 one-shot OVA.
You know,
with
this is a
characters
very convenient,
mentioned
great
anywhere else.
transition point. You know, speaking of things that continued way longer than they really should have, let's talk about this fan fiction right here. Harry Potter and the
Oh.
Contest of Champions, part 11 of the post-epilogue.
I thought you were going to talk
I'm sorry,
about
what?
You would say that. You said like, oh, for things that have lasted too long, it was like Core Allround's fucking writing
I mean,
career. But you know,
yeah, that too.
Yes.
Yeah. You know.
Dude,
If you know, you know.
He's still doing tick damage, like fucking dog damage to the fucking Ruby writers community. Because every story I now read, which has any kind of John-centric like character, right?
Bro's
it's
doing damage
so-
over time.
Yeah, like bro's literally like a dog. He's like the fucking cancer that just
the man
won't
is an
leave.
incurable dot.
Bro
You
is an
took too
active,
much from the
refreshing
boss.
debuff.
Bro, like it's literally like refresh on tick. That shit is not going away, brother. And like a new stack is added every single time somebody posts. Oh, I love Core's work, so I wrote my first fanfic. I read this fanfic
Oh,
recently, which had so
God.
much promise,
God.
right? It was like a like great fucking thing where like John starts a business, right?
Sure.
Which I was like, huh. That's kind of cool. It was a mailman business, but the John
All right,
is
yeah.
legitimately John from like any of the fucking core fics you pick up. It's that John.
Competent, funny.
Competent, funny, probably 40 years old, drinking problem.
Yeah.
Smokes a lot.
Things that John are not.
Possibly has cancer.
I think this is like a thing I got in like DM for my story too, because like the AI just writes it off what the actual shit is, right? It treats John like a bright-eyed guy who's slowly getting jaded, but people are like, "Isn't your John a bit too naive?" That's John.
That is
Well,
just
you know,
John.
That's
and-
literally John.
As we discussed in Sign's server, maybe like 3 or 4 days ago, would you say, Sign? The problem with writing John in Ruby is that you literally can't, because John's a comic fan, but somehow has never heard of Aura before in a world where every comic has Aura in it.
Yeah.
John is a farmhand, possibly, and/or
But
question
the
mark.
comic thing kind of can work out because he would just think it's a fucking comic superpower.
Yeah, but sort of.
Yo.
Except when you combine it.
Like you heard of kryptonite, yeah, but you don't go and find it in the fucking world, do you?
Right,
That
yeah,
kind of thing.
sure, but also you don't have Superman in the world.
That is true.
You know, if people were out there doing fucking backflips and shooting lasers out their ass, I definitely would try and find some kryptonite or radioactive spiders myself.
Yes.
Well, I think like you know what? Actually, you're correct on that, especially because his family's like.
Yeah,
roots, even though it's not
that's
current
the other
family.
problem is apparently his father or his grandfather was enough of a huntsman to have a legendary heirloom
That's
blade.
great grandfather.
Yeah.
So like he was like, wasn't like there's a statue specifically that had the same.
He was-
Yeah,
he was-
literally in
he was a
Beacon.
war-
like
he was a war
legitimately
hero
this
or
guy's
something like
like
that.
a fucking-
Beacon.
Yeah, it's in the courtyard of Beacon.
Yeah, so like he's literally that big. Then
Yeah.
how have other people not heard of the Ark family?
Yeah.
It's a massive statue
That's
in the
recent.
middle of the place that
And-
kills every single huntsman.
And then what was the final thing that we said that was John was an impossibility of?
He's an eternal loser.
Oh yeah,
Because he's
yeah.
made to be.
Yeah, he's
Wasn't
an
it also
eternal
that he
loser.
gaslit
Yeah.
himself into upholding some honor?
Yes.
He.
Oh yeah, no,
self-sabotages.
yeah, that was the other reason. So yeah, John talks about how he wants to be a hero and shit, but he pulls the Izuku bullshit of I'm gonna be a hero someday. Oh, so what are you gonna do, little guy? I'm gonna do absolutely nothing and just hope that someday I get instantly made into a hero with absolutely no effort.
Yeah.
Oh, it's retarded.
Yeah, like I think that's one of the most grating things, that he gaslit himself into becoming a huntsman despite never being under any known pressure. Like, he was under
Yes.
no obligation to live up to some actual legacy. He
Yep.
had no training, so he wasn't like a disappointment to his father.
Yeah, there's literally nothing about it. He just, oh yeah, he also somehow has enough knowledge, connections, and money to get credentials that were good enough to enter through the beacon systems and not get flagged.
That's the biggest one, dude. Like, it just...
So it's a very confusing mash of character traits that each one of them on their own should have seen him be impossible to write, because he's apparently this super naive guy that knows a lot about everything, but nothing that's important to the plot, which happens to be
so you can
all of
write
the
a very
things he knows
specific-
about.
See, you can write a very specific thing that is, like, basically... Fuck, I'm surprised nobody did this. It's like such a fucking easy thing to start with, right?
What's
His
that?
parents basically kept him sheltered. Specifically because they did not
I've
want him
seen
to
that
be
a few
outside.
times.
You could.
I mean, like, we've trained him wrong on purpose, type,
Yeah,
I've seen that
I've
once
seen
or
a couple
twice.
of stories
Yeah.
like that before, but the problem is that they also get rid of that canon because they made it so that John literally never had any training at all before, and he mentions that.
Like, the funniest thing is, I think the AI is doing a better job of cultivating John than most writers I've ever written, because
Well, yeah,
it
obviously.
wasn't until he went through, like, whatever the fuck happened in chapter 4 that he's slowly, like, it's showing that,
Yeah.
like, John is becoming more jaded. Because you put a child like that out in the world, and the world will whittle away anything that's
Oh, yeah,
left
yeah,
of his
yeah, yeah.
negative thing. Right.
But point being though is that it's impossible to write in air quotes authentic John, because all of his character traits are super conflicting, and at no point in time, if you try to lean into any of those character traits, are you able to write an authentic John, because by simply being aware of popular media, he should be aware of aura. Even if he's not aware of aura, he wants to be a hero, so why isn't he doing push-ups?
Yeah, like doing push-ups, training with, like, a fucking stick
But
or
that
something.
And being
requires
smart
work.
enough to get
Just-
into Beacon by cheating his way. He
yeah,
should be
he's
smarter.
apparently smart
in
enough to get
general.
into Beacon, and he knows enough about how to navigate the fucking underworld somehow. But he
Yeah.
doesn't know how to not get caught, because he screamed at the top of his lungs that he broke into the school through a fucking fraudulent license. Like,
I cheated.
huh?
He says to the first person that looked sideways at him.
I mean, to be honest, Beacon is also a really fucking sus place, because, like, imagine, like, you're in a university, right?
Yeah,
And you see someone being openly racist in the cafeteria to a
yeah.
black person or somebody,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it's black person, effectively, according to Rooster Teeth.
Yes, that. But, like, I'd say any ethnicity, right?
We're
Because
not on air, right?
We are.
we are, but, like, it's legitimately a thing that happens in there, right? We've
Yeah.
already known of the analogies and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
they literally
And,
laid it out, yeah.
The moment that happens, and if anybody sends even a single recording clip or anything, fuck, dude, even the fucking security cameras catch it. The person doing it is out. That brother gonna be fucking blacklisted
Well,
from every
it's
university
not
across
just
the
that,
country.
right?
Remnant isn't woke.
Well, no, it's not just. Well, no, it's not even Remnant isn't woke or some shit. No, you are literally existing in a death world where unhappy people cause an endless army of monsters to assail your town. Being racist to someone would be banned.
Yep,
Simply
Please,
because.
legitimately-
sad and angry.
punishable by death.
Yeah, literally, you are making someone sad and angry for a character trait they had no control over and can't not be.
and this will propagate because if you make that
Yeah.
one person satirical, everybody else who has similar traits is also gonna be fucking like they're gonna be that,
Yeah,
right?
you not only are you going to start a fucking race war, you're also going to be having an endless zombie
Restart.
death army on your fucking doorstep
Like
while you're having
governments
the
will be
race war.
trying their fucking best to make a fucking utopia because they're like, if they aren't sad, the
Yup.
chances of the chance of Grim ever attacking us drops to almost nothing.
Right, exactly.
Especially, and here's the thing: it would actually incentivize a weaponized utopian dystopia
Yes.
Yeah.
because
Yes.
you will keep all of the happy. Right? You'll make Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
No,
I was,
because
I
you
was
will.
gonna make
You
a
will
"We
make
Happy
Australia.
Few"
You
joke,
are
but
incentivized to create Australia, to create a portion of the planet that is just chock full of human suffering and misery.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like just throw
Just
them
to
all.
draw
Oh wait,
off the
no,
grid.
Menagerie makes so much sense now.
Mm.
Yes, but here's the thing: you just make sure someone decides to
Oh,
try
is
for a life of
this-
crime.
Yeah,
Is this why Velvet?
and as Jin
Wait,
says,
wait.
slavery,
Like, is
abuse,
this-
domestic violence, all things that basically shouldn't exist in this sort of world. Because you got 20 people in this village. This dude starts beating his wife. She's crying herself to sleep every night. Now your
People will be
village
like,
just
"Grim?"
died.
Yeah,
Grim.
and
Why is there more
like,
Grim?
Yup.
and
Grim.
another really big one was like now it also makes sense why Menagerie is like Velvet is the first faunus we see being like discriminated against, right? And she has
Yeah.
an Australian accent.
Oh, no, you know it.
I thought she was British.
We knew it.
No,
She's
it's
No, she's
Australian.
Aussie.
It's not really that.
Oi, oi,
Oh my
oi.
god, it makes so much
Yeah.
fucking sense now.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
made
Crikey,
Australia.
mate.
Like fucking Adam, like, oh, they make Australia. They did.
But-
I know they did, but that's my point. You are wholly incentivized to create one place that is just a wealth of human
Yeah, like
suffering.
a penal colony
And-
would make sense.
And it's why in my fixing of Ruby, why I ended up creating 4 different methods of creating a dystopic utopia. One where you eliminate emotion because everyone's too focused on working to live. One where you feel patriotism towards a massive country, and yeah, they constantly have civil wars, but they does like this sort of super China propaganda spiel. One where everyone is too busy being in Las Vegas to be sad, and one where everyone again is sort of too busy trying to survive to really be sad about it, but also they feel intense patriotism towards their tribe. So
well, there is another option. You could make, is it Krieg or Krieg?
what do you mean?
Oh, you mean like 40K Krieg?
Krieg, like the 40K
Krieg, yeah,
you can make
Krieg, yeah.
You make, yeah, that's the other option. You make Krieg.
That I did make Krieg. That's literally
They
what
are
the
they are happy going to war. It's happiness.
I wouldn't.
But again, right,
The Krieg Marines being depicted as happy going to war is greatly over exaggerated fanon.
it's a bit of a meme.
No. They are happy to die for the emperor. They
Yeah.
are not happy going to war. They are completely and utterly emotionally dead. You have to understand, these are either flash grown children or literally that grown babies that are
See, that is true and all, but what's funnier?
yes.
Yes, but
Exactly.
the point is that you're bringing up something that doesn't exist and is mostly just a meme.
And you could make a pretty funny story about it.
Not really. You would need a pretty extreme amount of tech to get a sort of culture like that.
That is true. That is a very big like.
Which is why I based Atlas off of Frostpunk instead, which is still pretty funny, but a lot more realistic.
Yeah,
comparatively.
we've gone over this already. With,
Yes.
like the way
Speaking
Grim
of
shit works.
Atlas, right? Speaking of Atlas, like I think the biggest thing is the SDC mines situation.
I
There's
don't
Yeah,
no
get- yeah.
place like
we have
that.
covered the mines 1,000 times from not covering the mines again.
Also,
a dead
I'm
horse.
really
I'm not
confused
Don't
by
need to cover the
Atlas.
mines. We don't have to cover the mines. The city can be fine.
Yes, I'm also really confused by Atlas, however, because they blatantly depict everything as a fucking winter wonderland. So when does shit grow?
It grows from Mother Russia's the land.
Wasn't like that a thing that like Atlas makes the armies, Vale grows the crops?
But that's a stupid thing because they wouldn't have an infrastructure to support that.
Yeah, but
That's a winter wonderland.
my point is that the city existed there for a very long time. So what exactly were they subsisting off
naturally,
of?
Mad looks for a very long time.
Yeah,
That's a very real question.
Yeah, so it's why I'm like,
Hydroponics? I
but
don't know.
yeah,
But
that
they don't
would
have the
make
technology
sense.
for that.
Well, no, you could absolutely do a slapdash version of hydroponics where you cultivate moss, fungus, cave mushroom sort of stuff
I'm
in
pretty
these
sure the AI came up with that. Give me a second. Let me just check.
in underground steam vents.
Before they made Atlas fly, they were probably using the staff of creation to create food.
Okay, that is
maybe.
a hand wave, but it's one that's canon. So
That's
thought the staff of
only thing
creation
I can
couldn't
think
make
of.
anything
Either that,
permanent.
everyone.
It can, which is a fair point. Maybe the Civil War of Mantle was actually when they swapped it, and that's why you had a bunch of people die or something. Like I said, it's very confusing. Now, like I said, that's why in the story where you have Atlas set up is they use a bunch of underground steam geysers to basically make moist rooms to do a very slapdash hydroponics.
I mean, here's the
Also,
thing.
like-
You could. Here's the thing. You could much more believably do it with like a, hey, we did hydroponics with drippy cave water.
yeah,
Yeah, but
Or-
where did that cave water come from?
yeah. There's the other thing also, right?
You
This
could
is a
have
very
okay.
big
Look,
thing.
you could have them put water at the top of a stalactite, like put a pot of snow at the top of stalactites, melt that. Like, is it a good idea? No, but
Right, but the problem is that the
you're-
cave would be cold, so the water would
You're
just
being-
freeze.
Look,
Yeah.
you're all being
And
dumb.
if you make
you're
too
not
hot, it
thinking
melts too
about
fast.
dust.
Of
Dust
course,
literally
dust,
changes
my
everything.
dog. Yeah, just eat the dust.
No,
It's food
you-
dust.
No, like so the thing is like again, the thing is
You want to
because
know what
I-
happened the last time someone decided to put a bunch of dust in an animal?
You came out.
Not eating the dust, using the dust to grow plants. Oh, you need a room that's warm? Well, let's have some fire dust.
Right,
Grow
right,
warm
right,
the room
but-
up. You
but
need
the thing is,
water.
But
Use fire
again,
dust
but
to
again,
make some fucking
but
water.
again, how did it start? So the problem here is that someone had to go to the Winter Wonderland to live there to start mining
St.
for
Nicholas
the
did it.
dust.
Chris Kringle fucking did it. It was Santa Claus.
like
Yeah.
I'll be honest,
Did
like
it.
I actually so there is a depth to which you do your lore building, right? If
Sure,
you
yeah.
keep going that deep, you're never actually gonna get to write it.
Well,
Sure,
see, no,
yes.
King of
that's
Vale,
why I do
Osmond had to start
that.
his Freebird lore somewhere, and he was the King of Atlas at the
Yeah,
time.
well, see, that's the thing, though, is that's why I use these very convenient, already existing chunks of lore, with the whole fucking, Frostpunk, for example, is they make heavy use of steam-based technology to heat their rooms, to grow food, to, prevent everyone from dying. And then because a steam is such a valuable resource, they create an economy off of it.
So it's Steam Boy.
Yeah.
But
Like-
then the dust can do that, or you can make boilers and like power them with dust. That's doable, right?
Yeah, and then the dust provides a amplification to all of the things that already exist there that would permit people to survive in the first place long enough to get to the dust.
Yeah. So it's like a cycle basically. Small parties go in, realize there's dust, start mining the dust, slowly create settlements. Yeah, you're right. It can be very much hand waved by saying it's like Frostpunk.
Yeah, and that's why I fucking used it. And you can use the Middle Eastern tribes of the Mohammed era to explain how the not Middle Eastern tribes of Vacuo exist. You can use China to explain You can use China, you can use Imperial Rome, you can use the Zanbatos of Japan to explain how Mistral works. You can use Las Vegas to explain how Veil works. There's already plenty of examples of things you can just tweak a little bit to make something that people already believe. Like, it's way easier to base something off of Las Vegas than to come up with something original, because when you make something look like Las Vegas, people who know about Las Vegas already are going to be like, oh, it's like Las Vegas. And then it doesn't really matter what extra details you add in there. They're already believing what you're telling them.
Then
Mistral based on
there's a
China, I can't believe
possibility.
all their war casualties were them eating their own people.
That's great. But like, I feel like that a major thing was they were so like dead set on trying to be unique that they just kind of set to the side anything that would help them be more grounded.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yes.
another thing, is that you do bring up a good point about writing debt, and there is a certain point where you have to stop fucking writing the background lore and start writing the world lore. But what a lot of people do come into the problem of is they don't write enough of the background lore, and this is why I say write a
Yeah, that's a
framework.
tightrope, though, right? That's
Yeah.
that's a tightrope. You create the basics of it, and then you can expand on it because you have made enough of a strong base that if you need to explain something, you can then borrow from somewhere else and be like, "That's how they do it."
And it also
That's how
helps
we can
with
do it.
consistency, because if you're gonna be like, yeah, so a bunch of towns get created every month and a bunch of towns die every month, and that's just a thing that happens as part of Ruby because it's a death world. It's like, oh, okay. And then people like don't have rules to not
Yeah.
have that happen.
Dude, the biggest thing is Atlas itself. Every time I think about
I
the
fucking
floating
hate the
city,
floating city.
the
I hate that shit so
logistics of
much.
it.
Yeah.
Does it dock somewhere to get refueled, to get like supplies? Is there just a constant stream of fucking like airships flying to and fro getting stuff? Because
No,
isn't that
that's all
also a
about-
manufacturing center for the
Yeah,
military?
it is. Yeah, and also it's like all these airships fly in supplies, but it's like fly in supplies of just dust. Like, we've never seen or heard of a single thing that isn't about dust. And
Yeah,
it's
they're
like,
making a robot army. What about the fucking metal?
yeah, where's all the metal coming from? Where's the coal coming from? Because unless they're all using iron, which,
Okay,
hey,
see,
might
the
explain why everything's made of fucking tissue paper.
The coal can kind of be like hand-waved saying, "Oh yeah, the red dust, whatever the fuck," right? But everything else, like the
Yeah.
fucking everything, and also like all the rich people stay there, so like just it's a fucking logistical nightmare.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you didn't really think about until you actually got to Atlas, and you were like, oh shit, what do I make Atlas? Oh, it'd be really cool if we made Atlas like this flying city, sort of like that tournament grounds thing. Oh yeah, that sounds really
I
cool.
can't
How do we
believe they made
power
a
it?
Winter Wonderland
so
and didn't
dumb.
add the Bear Cavalry. I'm extremely
Yeah.
upset.
Yeah, how would we power that though? Wouldn't that take like a lot of dust? Oh yeah, you're right. That would take a lot of dust. Well, hey, we already got like the relics, right? And like, maybe what if Atlas has like the relic of creation, and it's like powering the flying city? Oh, dude, that'd be so cool. Yeah. The one season later, oh shit, they're gonna have to take the relic of creation, aren't they? Shit, you're
What happens
right.
if we unplug that battery? Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
Oops.
Yeah.
Oopsies!
I absolutely
no,
100% do not
that's
think they were thinking ahead with like 90% of the lore they created.
Again, it's a story by committee type of thing, right? So
Yeah.
pretty much like
And so it just absolutely ruined the ability for the story to have any sort of structure or consistency to it. Like, for fuck's sake, like, I mean, Ruby committed terrorism like multiple times just to get to Atlas. Like, that's insane.
pretty sure.
Do you feel like a hero yet, Ruby?
Yeah, literally. It's just absolutely ludicrous, and season 9 was just baffling. It had great moments, but it was just, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is going on? Why did you think this would be a good season to make canon?
I think after season 2, I'd pretty much say that Ruby's not a story for anyone.
Pretty much, I agree with
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Again, like it's a built by committee kind of thing, right? So like it's trying to hit so many check marks that it's not special to anybody anymore.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, it's a lot like the people that are fucking out here being like, "Oh yeah, my story is a horror, hurt, comfort, family, action, adventure, romance, fluffy slice of life story." It's like, huh? What are you trying to
Yeah.
do?
Like just do one thing well.
Yeah.
There's a lot to ask, but do one thing well.
Yeah. Speaking of which, none of that fan fiction is on that list. So, you know what? It's 11 o'clock. We're going to cut it here, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a fantastic night where lots of things were learned and no one listened to them. But we'll see you on Tuesday
All two
because
people.
there's always more and it'll always get
Remember,
worse.
there's more people